thing. It should be something that you're happy about. As a matter of fact, I have a question for everybody here. I have a question. If right now, our cabinet secretary gave you a free ticket to any destination that you want to go to in this country for a week at no cost, everything catered for, including any helicopter ride that you want to have, where would you go? Tell the person sitting next to you, where would you go now? You never know. Probably you have a ticket for someone. You never know. You never know. Where would you go? For the ones who don't like talking to each other, walk to somebody else. You know, some people are too down. Yeah, where would you go? Have they given you answers? Where would you go? It would be nice to know. It would be nice to know where they would go. Assuming every single coin was given to you, where would you go? Right? Aha. No, don't worry. I'll get to know the answers. But in the meantime, those are some of the house rules. Please make sure that you are well settled in, and we know that we have the Bomas of Kenya in the house, Sarah Cast in the house, so we shall have a very nice power-packed day as we proceed on. Now, I've just been asked by someone to repeat again. The Wi-Fi is KICC Wi-Fi, and the passcode given to me is Mikutano at 2025 hash. That's the passcode. Once again, a quick announcement. If you're standing, not unless you're the crew, we expect you to take your seat. So please take your seat because our guests are coming in. Kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats because our guests are coming in. Please take your seat. And for the ones who always feel like they don't like being at the front, please come closer a little bit, just a little bit, so that at least we can warm the place up. Thank you so much. Please take your seats. And if you are the booths, we are requesting at the opening ceremony that we all gather here. Kindly gather here. And I want to request our ushers to kindly help me. For the people at the booths to kindly come in. Right now, we are calling you right away. Thank you, DJ. One more time, one more time. This is a very important announcement. If you know you are not seated, we are asking you to sit right now because our guests are coming in. Please come. If you're in the booths, please come. I want to request our ushers kindly usher everybody here so that we can start. Please come and obey me like a fire drill. So please come by. Please come as fast as you can. Thank you so much. Take your seats as you're being ushered. We want to start our opening ceremony in the meantime. All right? Excellent. There you go. There you go. So please do so that at least we can get started. All right? Lovely. Tafadhali tunaomba kama umesimama kule uje chukua kiti chako. Asante sana. Asante sana. Thank you so much. DJ, one more time, please. Give me a pause on that. Give me a pause on that. Give me a pause on that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is now a final wake-up call to everybody, especially the ones who are still in the booth. Kindly come because our chief guest is about to get in. So please come in right now, if you don't mind. And I want to request our ushers, please help us get everybody seated in here. This is the wake-up call to everybody at this moment. We want everybody seated. Even the ones who are manning their booths, please exit them right now. We will let you know when we shall usher you to help us see and showcase what you have. So please come in, take your seat as you're going to be guided. And kindly obey the ushers as they call you. Tunaomba tafadhali mje. Even the ones at the booths, please come. We are calling on you right now to kindly help us in this opening.
definitely go to Diani. Diani, without a doubt. Gosh.
Destination that I feel like I might give them. So you never know. and the East Africa Anthem. Let's start with the Kenya National Anthem. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, allow me at this moment to all of us just appreciate that we have in the house our Honorable Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife, Honorable Rebecca Miano. Welcome. And of course, joining her as well, we also have the Minister of Tourism, Jamaican founder, co-chair of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Honorable Edmund Ballet. We also have the Principal Secretary, State Department of Tourism, Honorable John Ololtua. Welcome, sir. We also have Professor Lloyd Waller, Executive Director of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, and Professor John Okumu as well, the Acting Vice Chancellor of Kenyatta University. Distinguished guests, leaders from government and industry, members of the Diplomatic Corps, development partners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning once again. You know, when you are talking about tourism, there's a certain aura that we must have, because anytime we think about tourism, in fact, Honorable Cabinet Secretary, when you're away, we were just talking about destinations that people love to go. And I came to discover there are places I've not visited yet, but it's important. In fact, you will hear from herself as well. She has an interesting place she likes going right here in the country. But for today, we are talking matters to do with resilience today. So it is indeed my honor to open this particular section on the 4th Global Tourism Resilience Day Conference and Expo right here at our beautiful KICC. This is the Kenyatta International Convention Center. And as we're here, it's totally an intersection of opportunity and uncertainty when resilience is needed and has become the defining capability for destinations that want to remain competitive, also credible, and future ready. Those are the discussions we shall be having right here today. And our theme for the entire season for this time is tourism resilience in action, from crisis response to impactful transformation. I can't wait to hear how the discussions shall flow. But just before we start, we want to start on a different note, Waziri. And if you don't mind, we have in the house the Bomas of Kenya represented, as well as Sarakasi dancers, and they have just something brief to start us off. And so this moment, I want to invite them right here on stage for a quick 2-minute. Karibuni sana, Bomas of Kenya. Welcome. Bomas of Kenya, thank you so much. Let's appreciate them with a beautiful round of applause. Thank you so much, Bomas of Kenya. There you go. One more time, appreciate them with a beautiful round of applause. Asanteni sana. And now, Sarakasi dancers. Welcome. Appreciate them. Come on. Of Kenya dancers pulled our cabinet secretary here to the front. I was wondering whether they're going to do the same to some of the guests here and try something, but I know it would have been dangerous, as you can tell. So please don't try that at home, not unless you're well trained. Thank you so much. I think there's some order being done here. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is indeed an honorable day because we have distinguished guests in the house as well, who as well have graced us. And I feel the touch of Africa has been done. The touch of Africa has been done. And just looking around as well, I would like us even mention a name to kindly. You help me by appreciating them. We have in the house as well, Honorable Kwete Lobo Valerie, Ministry of Tourism from DRC. A round of applause to our Honorable. Thank you so much. Also in the house, we have Honorable Agasto Larvido, Ministry of Tourism, Angola. A round of applause as well. Thank you so much. And also in the house, we have Honorable Deni Jagor, Ministry of Tourism, South Sudan. A round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for even gracing us right here. And I know that our PS will be acknowledging a lot of his colleagues he has come up with here, so I'll give him that honor to do that. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to go straight into the remarks of the day, and I want to invite right here Professor John Okumu, the Acting Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, to kindly come and help us start the opening ceremony. Please put your hands together for him as he comes. Karibu sana, Professor John Okumu.
Honorable Rebecca Miano, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, Kenya. Honorable Edmund Bartlett, MP, Minister, Ministry of Tourism, Jamaica. Honorable Kwete Lobo, Minister of Tourism, DRC. Honorable Jock Chauga, Minister of Tourism, South Sudan. Honorable Augusto Lavindo, Secretary of State, Minister of Tourism, Angola. Professor Lord Waller, Global Director, Global Tourism, Resilience and Crisis Management Center. Distinguished government officials, leaders of international and regional tourism institutions, chief executive officers and captains of industry, development partners, esteemed scholars, researchers, and practitioners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Okumu. I'm the Acting Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University. Kenyatta University has been hosting the Global Tourism Resilience Crisis Management Center, East Africa, for the last 7 years since 2019. We also collaborate in this exercise with international organizations like the United Nations World Tourism Organization, the Global Tourism Center in Jamaica. It is an honor and privilege to address you at this Global Tourism Resilience Day conference convened by the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, an institution that continues to redefine how destinations anticipate, absorb, and transform in the face of disruptions. We gather here not merely to reflect on crises in the past, but to shape the future of tourism itself. The theme of this conference, Tourism Resilience in Action, from crisis response to impact transformations, is a call to leadership, innovation, and courage. It challenges us to move beyond survival towards strategic reinvention. The past decade has laid bare a simple truth. Tourism operates in a world of uncertainty. Pandemics, climate change, geopolitical instability, technological disruptions, and economic volatility are no longer outliers. They are the new operating environment. Yet, tourism remains one of the most powerful engines of development. It sustains livelihoods, preserves heritage, empowers communities, and connects cultures. When tourism industry is resilient, societies are resilient. Crises have taught us a profound lesson. Resilience cannot be improvised. It must be designed, embedded, and led. For far too long, crisis management in tourism has focused on recovery, returning to what was. But the future demands more. True resilience is not about going back. It is about moving forward, better prepared, more inclusive, and more sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, this transformation cannot occur without knowledge leadership. Universities and research institutions are no longer peripheral actors in tourism development. They are central to resilience building, producing evidence, shaping policy, training future leaders, and translating innovation into practice. At Kenyatta University, we have deliberately positioned ourselves at the intersection of tourism, sustainability, innovation, and policy impact through one, cutting-edge research in sustainable tourism, climate adaptation, and destination resilience. Two, strong partnerships with government, industry, and international institutions. And three, training of highly skilled tourism professionals across Africa and beyond. As a premier institution, we are proud to be a leader and anchor institution for training in tourism resilience, crisis management, and transformation. Our commitment is clear: to ensure that tourism decisions are data-driven, community-centered, and future-ready. At this juncture, allow me to highlight three pillars that must guide resilient tourism development. One, communities at the center. Resilience begins locally. When communities are empowered as co-owners of tourism, destinations gain social legitimacy, cultural integrity, and long-term stability. Number two, technology as a strategic enabler. Digital innovation, from predictive analytics to smart destination management. This enhances preparedness, improves governance, and strengthens crisis response. And finally, sustainability as a non-negotiable. Climate consensus tourism is no longer optional. It is the foundation of competitiveness, resilience, and intergenerational equity. Distinguished guests, another crisis is not a matter of if, but when. The true measure of leadership is what we do before disruption strikes. Let us therefore move from reaction to anticipation, fragmentation to collaboration, and vulnerability to resilience by design. When governments, industry, academia, and communities act together, tourism becomes more than an industry. It becomes a force for stability, peace, and shared prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of tourism will belong to destinations and institutions that invest today in knowledge, preparedness, and transformation. At Kenyatta University, we remain committed to advancing research, shaping policy, and developing human capital that enables tourism to thrive in an uncertain world. May this conference inspire bold ideas, concrete partnerships, and actionable commitments. Together, let us ensure that tourism does not merely recover from crisis, but emerges stronger because of them. Thank you for your attention. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Professor. Let's appreciate him one more time with a clap. Asante sana. In the meantime, I have a special request before I invite our next speaker. And I would like our DJ, if you can hear me, that's the reason why we decided this tourism thing is not just about serious things. It's also about the fact that tourism in itself gives us a relaxing mode, all right? So DJ, did you listen to that song Sarah Cassie had? That particular song is what I want you to play as I invite our next guest. That Sarah Cassie song is what I want you to just prepare it. I'll buy you a minute or so. In the meantime, though, I'd like you to look at the person sitting next to you, and if they are of the same gender with you, I am so sorry, because sometimes it's not easy to do this, all right? So I'd like you to do this. Just discuss who has the best phone. Look at each other's phone, that kind of thing. Because I want us to take a selfie, P.S. I want us to take a selfie, that kind of a thing. Because this is tourism, and tourism is about showcasing that we're doing this. Hello. This is not a research conference. It's all about sometimes talking about tourism. Are we ready? Are you ready? Excellent. Now get out your phone. If it's the type that doesn't have a good camera, just leave it. Tell your neighbor to do that. We want to do that. Don't worry about it. I'm going to help my PSs here because they're here and they're very set. I'm going to help them with the selfie. PS, don't worry. I think my phone is better. It's a good joke. It's a good joke. So can I have the power one? Can I have the power one with you? Excellent. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Because we're going to share this. We're going to share this together. There you go. 3, 2, 1, go. Don't worry even about that. It's done. It's done. Yeah, nimemshika kabisa. Let me just do one more. Yeah, the three of us like that, right? 3, 2, 1, go. And the people at the back are smiling so they're caught, right? Excellent. I'll be telling you why we need to shout about this. And we are here for the 4th Global Tourism Resilience Day. DJ, do you have it now? Because my guest wants that particular song. So if you're there, play it now, release it now, so we can be able to do that. I'll be able to tell you what happens. There you go. My goodness, that's the one. Absolutely. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Lloyd Waller, the Executive Director, Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. Come on, give me the music, you wanted it. There you go. Voila. Come on. Now everybody stand for a moment. We're going to do this together. Hey. Come on, Professor. Let's show them a move. Come here. Slowly. Voila. Dance like him. Come on. Just do it. Sweat. Hey. Come on. A round of applause to Paul. Well done and Caribbean.
Mr. Masters of Ceremony, I too was a little concerned about the dancers pulling the persons in the front seat on the stage, especially the last set of dancers, because I was busy trying to contemplate how on earth they would lift me up to the top, because I'm not particularly a small guy. Ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I have the privilege and the opportunity to welcome you here today at the 4th Global Tourism Resilience Conference. And I'm taking this opportunity to outline what I would say would be the 7 moments that got us here. And I'll start with the first one. As a matter of fact, this is what many persons would want to call an origin story. So I'll start with the first one. So first of all, a question. Who in here can tell me what does Apple, GitHub, Wordy Park, and Vita Coca, which is the coconut, the very popular coconut drink, these are 4 Fortune 500 companies. Who in here can tell me what they have in common with the GTR CMC? If you can tell me, I can promise you get a free flight to Jamaica, stay for a week, and a free flight back to Kenya. Who can tell me? Please. Sorry, the dancing was a little bit hectic. Can anyone just put up your hand? Just make a guess. They were all started in a bar. GTR CMC was actually started in a bar, and I don't even think Minister Bartlett remembers this situation. I was at a bar, minding my own business, when my principal came to me and said to me that the Minister of Tourism, who was also at the bar, minding his own business, is interested in an advisor. And I quickly took on the opportunity. The second moment was a conference that was held in 2017 on jobs, and the outcome of the conference was what was called the Montego Bay Declaration. Now, out of the declaration was a recommendation for a specific center or institution or space that can facilitate conversations about resilience and tourism resilience. You see, resilience was an emerging conversation on the global scene. However, nobody was talking about it within the context of tourism, and so there was a kind of gap that needed to be filled. The third moment was actually the formation of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, which was established 6 months after the call for a center. And you can go on the website, it will outline everything that is on the website. The fourth moment was the first conference 4 years ago. Phenomenal. You know, we had persons from all over the world, but unfortunately, out of the conference, we realized something that was very sad. Not many persons understood what tourism resilience was. Many persons could understand how to do tourism resilience. It was a foreign concept at the time. So, Minister Bartlett and myself decided to take on what can only be referred to as a pilgrimage to learn more about tourism resilience and to research about tourism resilience. And that has been a whirlwind, Minister, to be quite frank. We've traveled all over the world, meeting a number of world leaders, and we were able to make some very substantive, sorry, I'm so sorry, I danced on the stage and did some calorie work, but anyway. And you know, it was a real honor to walk with Minister and learn about it. The next moment essentially came with the expansion of the centers. We realized that we were Jamaica, we needed to have a global conversation about the GTR CMC, so we started with the establishment of the centers. The first center was here. The most successful center is here. I'd like to just please applaud, and I'm going to kindly ask Esther. Where is Esther? Esther, please come here. Dr. Karaoke. I pronounced the name properly, didn't I? Please come here. Esther, don't let this statue fool you. Esther has been a rock here for the GTR CMC. She has transformed it to heights, and to network was built into Esther. And Dr. Kuguri karaoke has, well, big feet to follow, but it has already started. And it's evidenced by where we are right here now. It has already started with this particular event. So thank you, and thank you very much, colleagues. The seventh moment was this day, the establishment of the Global Tourism Resilience Day. I never knew I would ever participate in a project that would allow for me to say that Global Tourism Resilience Day was something that I participated in. It was led by Minister Bartlett with the support of the Prime Minister. The team from the Ministry of Tourism, I'm going to kindly ask Mr. Dobson, Fiona, who worked on it, please stand. Christina, who had to do the back end, please stand. And it was also supported by the team by the GTR CMC. Damien, Jackie, please stand. And it was supervised with someone who I have had the pleasure to work with, and it has been a whirlwind. Minister Bartlett, please stand. I don't want to take the opportunity to talk about Minister because it would take all evening. Passion is the word that I could use to describe him. And I've learned a lot in terms of passion in this regard. So that has been the journey, and today, Minister, we are here. We are here in Kenya after 4 years. I mean, I could never imagine that we're here today, but it just goes to show hard work, dedication, passion, ingenuity, imagination, innovation, all contributed to where we are right now. And speaking of innovation, going forward, we are in the process of developing several applications to help the tourism space with Gen AI. We're experimenting with Gen AI. That will be the next level of GTR CMC. We've already engaged a number of engineers to develop apps to support the sector. So I'm particularly excited about that. But thank you very much, everyone, for having me. Minister, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today is going to be a wonderful day. Thank you for getting me here today. Thank you very much, everyone.
One more time. Let's appreciate Prof one more time. Beautiful one. Asante sana. Thank you so much. And I think, Prof, that dance has done you good, right? Excellent, excellent. Well, it wasn't me, but anyway, when you're in Jamaica, a dance is a must, right? Excellent. Asante sana. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to segue to our other remarks, and in the house as well, we have the one and only, our PS, who is in the house and is going to be coming, and as well also acknowledge some of his colleagues who are right here, quite a number of them. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Honorable John Ololtuo, the Principal Secretary, State Department for Tourism, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. The Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife in the Republic of Kenya, Honorable Rebecca Miano, Honorable Ministers from the following countries. Let me begin with the Honorable Minister for Jamaica, Honorable Edmund Bartlett, the Honorable Minister of South Sudan, Honorable Denai Jok Chago, the Honorable Minister, Democratic Republic of Congo, Honorable Kwete Lobo, the Secretary of State, the Ministry of Tourism from Angola, Honorable Augusto Laurindo, my brother, Professor Wala, who has played a critical role in this process, honorable international delegates from various countries across the region. We have delegates from Jamaica, and I think when I mention the country, let's just, the Kenyan way. We shout with joy in the Kenyan way. So let me begin with Jamaica. Jamaica. Saudi Arabia. Zambia. Ghana. United Arab Emirates. Rwanda. Somalia. Angola, Uganda, Kenya, Dr. Esther, you need to tell me whether there is any country I have not mentioned. I am very sure. And in case there is any country I have not mentioned, let us just give a round of applause for any other country, if there is any, that I have not mentioned. My PS colleagues who are present here today, we have Dr. Boniface Makoha, who is the PS Economic Planning, and we have Professor Shaukat Abdul Rasak, who is the PS Science, Research and Innovation. Our Vice Chancellor, Kenyatta University, Professor John Okumu, the Kenya Tourism Federation members who are present here. There are very many, I cannot mention you by name. All our CEOs, chairpersons, members of boards, the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife officials in its entirety, the County Commissioner Nairobi North, Bwana Simon Osumba, who is just with us here, together with the security team who are represented here. All distinguished delegates, both international and local, and all protocols observed. Good morning. How are you? Thank you very much. Before I make one or two remarks, and thereafter invite the Honorable Minister from Jamaica, I would like to give my two colleagues just to come and say their names and a word. I will start with Dr. Makoha, just to come forward and say something, and then followed by Professor Shaukat. Then from there, I'll make one or two remarks as we move on with the program. Welcome, Bwana PS.
The CS, my colleague PSS, I want to ride on the protocol already observed and established. Allow me to start off by quickly appreciating all of you and just letting you know that I'm the PS for economic planning. And Madam CS, allow me also to appreciate one very special, important person before I make a few remarks, maybe 2 or 3 points. I have in the house my teacher who made me into what I am today, Professor Okumu. Please, let's appreciate Professor Okumu. He trained me at Kenyatta University in the physics department. He also gave me a departmental scholarship for the 2 years I was there. So I would be doing myself injustice if I don't mention him. So quickly, economic planning. I know we are looking at the resilience, but I want to say that economic planning serves as the strategic framework for building a resilient economy by shifting from reactive disaster response to proactive risk-informed development. CS, I want to appreciate that tourism sector from the economic planning point of view plays a very significant role in our economy by creating a demand for services that enhance comfort, convenience, and overall visitor experience. I also want to mention that the inbound tourism, according to the KNBS statistics that we have, contributes to around 1.6% of our GDP. These are attributed to hotels and restaurants. However, as a department in collaboration with my colleague PS Tourism, as it is international best practices, we want to establish a tourism satellite account. This will help to measure the true value of our tourism contribution to GDP. But quickly, what we have is that the projection we're projecting is that tourism will contribute around 1.2 trillion to GDP, around 7% if we are able to do that. And what we have noted as a department is that tourism has contributed to employment. Around 1.7 jobs have been created. When you look at the foreign exchange, it is the leading source of foreign currency, essential for economic stability. It is also tourism has stimulated infrastructure. We have roads, we have airports, and medical facilities, courtesy of a lot of tourism activity. Finally, tourism from where we stand also contributes to revenue from parks, especially park fees, and eco-tourism support. With these remarks, just highlighting the importance of tourism to our economy from the economic point of view, allow me to welcome the visitors from all the countries that I've mentioned. Feel at home and ensure that you enjoy the hospitality of Kenya without missing nyama choma. Asante sana, Bwana PS, for the opportunity.
A round of applause for Daktari again. Professor, the podium is yours also to say hi. Welcome.
Thank you very much. PS, let me take the opportunity to recognize the presence of our CS, Her Excellency Rebecca Miano, the ministers from various countries who are present here, my colleagues, the principal secretaries, the leaders in this industry. I would like to stand also on the established protocols. I will be very brief. I look at the matters of science, research, and innovation in this country. And I think this theme is very, very important. When we look at the matters of resilience, it is not an issue of being reactive. We have to ensure that we are very proactive. In addition to what my colleague, PS Planning, has alluded to earlier, in terms of how we have contributed to economic, the GDP, infrastructure, and so on and so forth, we have to ensure that we can be able to have evidence-based planning. And I'm glad that universities in Kenya, research institutions, are in that trajectory to ensure that we can have a sort of a knowledge-based economy that will also be able to contribute into this space. The other thing that I want to share and encourage us to take along with us is the digital innovation. We are in the world of artificial intelligence, the big data, and the digital platform as well. So really we want to ensure that we can fully embrace, build synergies, collaboration, and break the silos. The other two more important things that I want to share with you is the issue of the climate resilience and sustainability. We have to ensure that we are having mitigation and adaptation of climate change. And this is all in the heart of tourism and resilience in that case. And of course, in so doing, we need to continue building capacity and capability, training and bringing the academia, the government, the research institutions, and also the private sector. Last but not least, resilient is inclusive. So we have to ensure we carry along women, the youth, and of course the local communities. And my last information, Minister CS, that I want to share is we are in the process of setting up innovation and incubation hubs in different parts of this country so that we can take full advantage of the diversity that we have and enhance this tourism sector and making sure that we have the resilience that we are looking for. Asanteni sana, and I wish you all a very fruitful deliberations, and for our visitors, welcome to Kenya and sample the best that we have. Asante sana.
A round of applause for Professor. As I indicated earlier, I will take the shortest time possible, but let me also recognize three key people, and I will, as I mentioned, they just stand because they play a very critical role. Madam Lydia Legami. This madam here is the Combinant Tourist Police Unit. All our tourists really enjoy the security under our coordination. Thank you so much, madam, for the good work that you are doing. The Deputy GSO Commandant, Mr. Kamau, where are you? Thank you very much for the good work that you are doing. And we also have the Deputy Police Commandant, Nairobi, Mr. Arero. Where are you? So, thank you very much. As I indicated, mine is just to do some welcome remarks. My Honorable Minister will be able to deliver all the key areas that we wanted to look at. So first and foremost, let me also take this opportunity to welcome all our delegates to Kenya. And I'm sure since yesterday when you arrived, when we had the opening dinner, and a few other areas that you may have visited, I'm sure you are already enjoying the warmth and hospitality of the Kenyan people. So let me welcome you so much. Feel at home, feel good, even as we discuss about resilience. Secondly, this important fourth Global Tourism Resilience Conference Day and Expo has come at the right time. And I think, Honorable Minister from Jamaica, I'm personally very happy with the process that began and has continued up to where it is today. And Kenyatta University has played a critical role, as you have mentioned. And I'm sure, therefore, as we delve into the discussions, which begin today after the official opening, and as we continue tomorrow and the day after tomorrow before the closing, we will have discussed more on tourism resilience. I therefore want to invite every participant to be able to contribute their best as we discuss this important theme that is very, very relevant, not just in this country, but across the region. So I don't want to say more than that. I just want to say we are indeed very happy, very honored to have all of you. And we will move together as one. I'm sure we will transform the world into a world that is very resilient in everything that we do. With those very many remarks, you know I'm a teacher by profession, so that's why I said I will summarize, but I found myself adding more. So with those very remarks, where is this master of ceremony? Yeah, there should be some nice song. I don't know how the song looks like, because I'm inviting a very, very person here. Can I hear the song a bit as I invite the Honorable Minister of the
See, my feet are not as nimble as the professor. Right? And so I was really looking for another song. No doubt it will come at the end. And then you'll see how nimble my feet are. What a wonderful moment it is for us, and particularly for us coming from the Caribbean. And I want to begin my opening remarks by saying how particularly proud we are as the diaspora to return home and to be able to experience what is for us a reverse diaspora. Because we in the Caribbean have been the product of Africa, and we have gained much from being in the Caribbean, but it is time now for us to give back to Africa, and I feel that sense. And a wonderful occasion it is for us too, in terms of the warm hospitality and the spirit of fraternity and familial relation that we feel here in Kenya in particular, and certainly in Africa overall. Jamaica has a particular affinity to Kenya, as is known. And we feel a sense of oneness, not just from our kindred spirit and our phenotype, but certainly from political arrangements too, as it was Jamaica's partnership with the great hero, Jomo Kenyatta, that enabled the liberation process that decolonized this wonderful land from the British. Dudley Thompson, a Jamaican attorney, was in fact Jomo Kenyatta's attorney and carried him through the difficult period. And that spirit of oneness and bond has maintained itself throughout the years. And it was to our joy that then President Kenyatta visited Jamaica recently. And it is out of that engagement too that today's event, in fact, has materialized. So I want to begin by greeting my sister, Minister, in your context, Secretary of Cabinet, in our context, Minister, the Honorable Rebecca Miano, who has become the symbol of resilience and become also the crucible through which this critical element of tourism is being transmitted in the eastern side of Africa in particular, and the Indian Ocean area in general. My distinguished minister colleagues who are here with us from the countries within the African continent, our Principal Secretary, the Honorable John Olotua, our Acting Vice Chancellor of the University, and our distinguished presenters and speakers who have come from all over the world to share in today's engagement and, in fact, to celebrate with us on February 17th, the fourth renewal of Global Tourism Resilience Day. So it is a profound honor for me to join you here in Nairobi, in the heart of the magnificent Republic of Kenya, as we commemorate the Global Tourism Resilience Day 2026. We extend our deepest appreciation to the government and people of Kenya for their warm hospitality and for hosting us in a nation whose tourism product is both iconic and inspirational. From the sweeping savannas of the Masai Mara and the breathtaking wildlife that defines Kenya's world-renowned safari experience, to the pristine beaches of the Indian Ocean coastlines, the vibrant cultural heritage of its communities, and the dynamism of Nairobi as a leading conference and innovation hub in Africa, Kenya exemplifies the power of tourism to drive economic transformation, community empowerment, and sustainable development. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for her leadership and for the example she's setting as an example of modern tourism governance that is strategic, evidence-driven, and rooted in partnership. I also salute Kenyatta University for anchoring knowledge at the center of resilience, because resilience without research becomes guesswork, and guesswork is expensive in a crisis. It is therefore fitting that we gather in this remarkable destination to advance our shared commitment to building a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable global tourism architecture. We gather here today in a time of crisis, a time when disruption is no longer occasional, but constant, when risk is no longer distant, but daily. We gather at a moment shaped by multiple overlapping crises. One, a climate crisis, bringing stronger storm floods, droughts, wildfires, rising heat that strains infrastructure and shorten recovery cycles. 2, a health security crisis where new outbreaks and public health shocks can still halt mobility and disrupt confidence. 3, a geopolitical crisis where conflict and tension can redirect travel flows overnight, in fact, and raise costs across tourism value chain. And 4th, an economic crisis marked by inflation, high debt, rising energy costs, and supply chain volatility that pressures businesses and households alike. 5th, a security crisis where instability and safety concerns can weaken visitor confidence and disrupt communities. And 6th, an accelerated digital crisis where cyber threats can shut down systems, expose data, interrupt payments and travel operations, and where misinformation and disinformation can damage a destination's reputation in hours, undermining trust with a single false narrative. And yet, this is precisely why we're here. We're here because crisis must not be our destiny. We are here because tourism must not merely survive disruptions. Tourism must redesign and withstand it. We are here to transform tourism from vulnerable to resilient, from reactive to ready, from recovery to renewal. And we meet here under a theme that declares our intention with clarity, from crisis to transformation. Tourism is not just an industry, ladies and gentlemen. Tourism is a lifeline. Tourism is jobs, direct and indirect. Tourism is enterprise, small businesses, community tours, transportation, food, culture, and craft. Tourism is foreign exchange that strengthens public services, education, healthcare, infrastructure, and community development. But tourism is also uniquely exposed because tourism depends on confidence. When confidence falls, arrivals fall. When arrivals fall, jobs fall. When jobs fall, families feel it immediately. And that is why the world needs a Tourism Resilience Day. We need a day that keeps relevance and keeps resilience at the agenda, the heart of it all, even when new cycles move on. A day that forces us to plan before we panic. A day that insists that preparedness is not a luxury, it is a responsibility. Tourism Resilience Day exists because resilience is not seasonal. Resilience is not optional. Resilience is not a paragraph in a policy paper. Resilience is a discipline, lived, practiced, tested, and renewed. So, this day did not appear by accident. It was built step by step, crisis by crisis, lesson by lesson. It began with a recognition that tourism needed more than promotion. It needed protection. More than recovery plans, it needed resilience and architecture. More than hope, it needed systems. We listened to destinations that were battered by storms, and Jamaica just had that experience less than 4 months ago. We listened to communities whose income disappeared when arrivals closed. We listened to operators who were brilliant at service, but vulnerable to shocks they did not cause and could not control. And we made a decision. We will not accept crisis as a destiny. We began building a global platform one that could convene nations, translate experiences into evidence, and turn resilience into the new standard for tourism governance and practice. And we didn't do it alone. The Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center has become a collective global think tank, a living network of centers, universities, experts, private sector partners, multilateral allies, and governments working together to shape a new global tourism reality, one where resilience is not an afterthought, but a foundation. From that journey came a milestone, Tourism Resilience Day. And I'm so proud to have led that path myself at the UN at its annual special session in February of 2023, when 94 countries acceded to the resolution that I moved and voted while I spoke in favor of the day. So, this day matters because it creates a global rhythm, a drumbeat that calls tourism to readiness. On this day, governments align policy and preparedness. The private sector strengthens continuity and crisis response. Communities deepen safety nets and local linkages. Universities drive research, training, and innovation. Young people see tourism not only as employment, but as a future, skilled, modern, and resilient. This day is not about ceremony. It is about capability. It is about standards. It is about systems. And it also strengthens South-to-South cooperation, because the global South cannot afford to confront global risk in isolation. Africa and the Caribbean, Latin America and Asia, the Pacific and the Indian Ocean, our regions are exposed to climate shocks, economic volatility, external market shifts, and digital vulnerabilities. But we also share strengths, ingenuity under pressure, strong communities, and a history of rebuilding. Tourism Resilience Day becomes a bridge where we exchange tools, share strategies, build training pipelines, and spread solutions faster than threats can spread. The impact of tourism resilience and the emerging threats that we must face. What does resilience really produce when it is real? Resilience produces continuity, so businesses do not collapse at the first disruption. Resilience produces faster recovery, so jobs return sooner and communities stabilize quicker. Resilience produces faster recovery. Resilience produces confidence, so travelers keep choosing destination even in uncertain times. But to move from crisis to transformation, we must name the threats that now define the next decade. And what are they? Yes, climate. Yes, health security. Yes, geopolitics. Yes, economic shocks. And yes, public safety. But today we must also confront the digital battlefield, because two threats are now shaping tourism outcomes more than many people realize. Misinformation is not merely noise. And indeed, those two threats are misinformation and disinformation. And I may want to add a third, fake news. So misinformation is not merely noise. It is economic damage. A false story can empty hotels. A distorted clip can trigger cancellations. A fabricated advisory can punish a destination that is safe and ready. Disinformation is worst because it is intentional. It weaponizes fear. It manipulates perception, and it attacks confidence, the very energy that tourism needs to breathe. Cyber threats are not abstract. A ransomware attack can shut down reservation payments, airports, and hotel operations. A data breach can expose visitors and citizens, erode trust, and trigger costly consequences. An outrage can interrupt movements, logistics, and safety. The modern traveler demands convenience, but convenience without cyber safety becomes vulnerability. That is why resilience today means defending not only the destination infrastructure, but the destination's information space. Not only the tourism product, but the tourism reputation. Not only the physical journey, but the digital journey. And this is where the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center and its global partners have transformed tourism. By mainstreaming resilience, by building capacity, by convening knowledge, and by transferring learning across borders, so that one destination's hard lesson becomes another destination's early warning. And as we speak of the future demands that we move from resilience as a reaction to resilience as a design, because transformation is not accidental, it is engineered. And if resilience is to be engineered, two forces must lead it: research and convening. And this is what Kenya is doing, and is doing so well. And that's why we're so proud of you. So looking ahead, we must expand thought leadership. We must have more conferences. We must write more books. We must create more toolkits, and indeed, more training. We must deepen engagement with destination and governments, so resilience becomes embedded in policy, investment, and operations. We must strengthen cyber readiness and data protection across the value chain. And we must build stronger systems for truth and trust, so misinformation can be confronted quickly with credible information. We will also embrace technology so resilience becomes personal and accessible. Apps and AI-powered tools with guidance, alerts, and training at our fingertips. Trusted updates channels during crises. Decision support tools that help operations know what to do, when to do it, and how to recover. Indeed, the future will not reward those who only have impressive and impulsive responses. The future will reward those who are prepared for storms, and prepared for digital attacks, and prepared for reputational shocks. In closing, I want to indicate that we at the Global Tourism Resilience Center in Kingston, Jamaica, have gone beyond the mere discussion of these threats that I've indicated. We have sought to codify two. And tomorrow, we will launch a book on the issue of destination reputational disruptions and the imperative of building resilience in that context. We hope that the deliberations over the next 2 days will strengthen our understanding of the 5 critical touch points of resilience: the ability to forecast it, to mitigate against it when it comes, to manage it, as it will in fact come, and then to recover quickly, and finally to thrive. God bless you, and thanks.
Wow, wow. What a very inspiring message. A round of applause for Honorable Minister. A round of applause. With those, can we produce the normal sound ile ya kuchia kabisa? Hello? Who knows how to do it? Yeah? Hello. Yeah? 1, 2, 3. Wow. We are almost now reaching at the climax. And the MC, I'm sure you're preparing a song that will be ushering in the chief guest.
Yes.
We have our cabinet secretary, Honorable Rebecca Miano, who is our chief guest today, representing the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki. So as we usher her in, the minister who is coming in on behalf of His Excellency the Deputy President, I would like that we be as upstanding as we sing that song. I don't know what the song is. Can it go on? Can it go on?
Yes. Starting
Yes.
right away. One
Yes.
PS. DJ, over to you. Release it now. Let us just have that moment. In the meantime, why don't you stretch and tell the person sitting next to you, what did you get? You know, as I check whether the PS fit. Are you ready, Buana PS, for this thing? Eh?
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm also ready as well. DJ, do you have it? Play it now. Release it now. Because we're more than ready to bring in our chief guest in the house. Come on, DJ, play it now. Do not worry, the DJ had gone on strike. You know why? He was saying he needs to be taken to a destination in Kenya. I know, he will go. So don't worry, your request has been made. So if you don't mind, 3, 2, go, DJ. Come on, release it. Give it now. He's counting me down. 3, 2, 1, go. By the way, Buana PS, one more thing. I don't know whether you know how to pronounce words in the Jamaican style. Can I teach you one?
Yes.
I'm going to teach you here. Just watch me. The word is situation, all right? Please pronounce that word for him in the Jamaican way. Situation. Yes. Situation. There's a way that you do that, all right?
Situation.
Just for clarity, so the Jamaican dialect is a community.
There you go. For this one up here. Excellent. Come on, DJ, give us that. Okay, so everybody just move your feet a bit as the CS is coming up. Please come in, style one. Yes. Excellent. A round of applause to her. One step. Everybody. CBD to a penthouse. Come on, appreciate it. Let's give a round of applause. Thank you so much. And thank you, DJ.
Can have our seats.
Thank you.
Before I say much, I would like to welcome my colleagues to just come up here and say hi from DRC, Kwete. My colleague ministers, just to say bonjour. Bonjour, enchanté.
Je tenais à dire bonjour au ministre ici représenté et bonjour à notre pays frère, le Kenya. La RDC notre pays,
DRC, our country,
vous remercier sincèrement
is appreciating for this ceremony
pour assister dans ces assises de conférence de Global Résilience,
for being a member and participant of this Global Resilience Conference,
qui est d'office le catalyseur de développement
which is charged with catalyzing the development
de
of
tous les
tourism
pays africains.
in all the countries in Africa.
Alors voilà le mot le plus essentiel que je tenais à m'adresser à cette assemblée.
And therefore, that's the reason as to why he is here to address this assembly.
Merci.
Thank you so much.
Merci. Honorable Denny Jok, the Minister from South Sudan.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. Excellency, Honorable Rebecca Miano, thank you for the invitation that you have granted to your close friends, South Sudan. The people of South Sudan greet all of you. And I'm sure one of you might have a friend from South Sudan. I'm very delighted personally to be here to participate in this wonderful conference. And personally, I think that human connection starts with tourism. Any business, any investors that you are interacting with here in Kenya once came to Kenya as a tourist. You should know that. And you too, going to another country to invest or to explore, you would once go to that country as a visitor. And in your passport, you would have a tourist visa stamps on it. That means human connections starts with tourism. And so in this case, we should also the tourism sector as the pioneer of our global.
And finally, Honorable Augusto from Angola. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Honorable Minister. It's a pleasure for Angola to be here, to learn with Kenya, to learn with all the participants on this conference, because we understand that tourism is connections, and these connections should be not only with peoples, but with countries. And we, in Africa, we face the same problems, so we should address together these problems. So thank you very much for inviting us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have delegations from very many countries, as you have heard from the protocols that were set. And I want to thank you very much, my brother, the Minister of Tourism from Jamaica, Edmond, who is our tourism encyclopedia in terms of tourism, resilience, and crisis management. And to be honest, he's one of the longest serving tourism ministers I have ever met, having served 14 1 year and 6 months. So you can imagine how much more experience that our minister has. So to all the ministers of tourism and government representatives, leaders from international organizations who have joined us today, the speakers we have for the various forums, private sector Allow me to start by relaying greetings from His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, who is also the patron of Global Tourism Resilience Center, East Africa, that is headquartered at the university, Kenyatta University. Let me also hasten to thank His Excellency for his steadfast and visionary leadership, which has given us the impetus to rethink the potential of tourism as a special economic enabler, particularly in the global south. To us, he is our tourism ambassador 001. So ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here at a point in time when resilience is no longer optional, but essential. We are reminded that preparedness is the new competitiveness. Whoever is not prepared will never be competitive. Tourism remains one of the world's most consequential economic drivers in Kenya. It is one of the key economic pillars. It supports millions of jobs, especially for women and the youth. It also fosters cultural exchange and global understanding. The tourism sector in Kenya has demonstrated remarkable recovery post-COVID-19 pandemic. We have seen international arrivals grow back even better to the pre-COVID numbers, and we have also seen the earnings have grown. The numbers we saw in 2023, about 2 million, 2024, 2.4 million. The numbers for 2025 will be released soon, but we are upwards of 2.6, edging close to the 3 million figure. And in terms of earning, we are actually now upwards of 500 billion Kenya shillings. Further, the government is continuously implementing strategic interventions to increase international and domestic tourism numbers through promotional campaigns, including digital awareness and conversion marketing campaigns. We have also embraced collaborative campaigns with online travel agents, participation in international trade and exhibitions. And we have had in great detail, which I will not repeat, all the risks and threats that the tourism sector faces and the comprehensive information we have received from the founder of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. At the same time, we are strongly forging strategic partnerships with various stakeholders, including county governments, non-tourism sectors, private sectors, researchers, tourists themselves, and everyone in this sector. Additionally, there have been deliberate collaborative campaigns co-implemented with international airlines and charter flights to drive numbers, especially targeting new and emerging source markets. Tourism is one of the most vulnerable sectors, on the other hand, and especially to climate change impacts, extreme weather events, global health emergencies, geopolitical instability, economic shocks, and cybersecurity threats, to name a few. Not too long ago, a few years back, the COVID-19 pandemic became a wake-up call across the globe. In reality, the pandemic was not the last crisis neither. neither will it be the last. It is therefore imperative that we make resilience the foundation of tourism development and not an afterthought. We are happy to note that Kenya is the regional headquarters of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Eastern Africa. It was established back in 2019 at Kenyatta University, and it serves about 14 countries. And today, this is a dream come true, that we can be here as Kenya to host this very critical and important conference. In November 2024, the center was awarded the prestigious Resilience Award during the World Travel Market in London. And since you did not clap for them then, we can do it belatedly now. But this accolade was awarded in recognition to the center's exemplary contributions to global tourism resilience. Since inception, the center has spearheaded paid internships from abroad and has benefited over 100 students who have worked and studied in USA and Europe. As a government, we are committed to, 1, integrating climate adaptation into tourism planning, and 2, investing in disaster risk reduction and early warning systems. Thirdly, the government is keen on promoting sustainable and regenerative tourism. And fourthly, supporting digital transformation of tourism enterprises. Fifthly, Kenya is committed to strengthen partnerships between public and private sectors. And lastly, expanding access to finance for smaller and medium tourism operators. The ideal resilience tourism deserves should cover the widest spectrum of the sector, including communities, enterprises, and entities of national, regional, and global levels. Besides, our communal resolve is to protect our natural assets, reduce carbon footprint, invest in renewable energy, and in that regard, Kenya has made significant strides, considering that over 96% of the energy consumed in Kenya is renewable or green energy. We'll also promote sustainable infrastructure and encourage responsible travel. And all of this should remain unyielding. This is the real conversation about resilience. The government calls upon us, present here today, to embrace technology and be innovative in reshaping resilience in the context of tourism by having dedicated digital platforms for crisis communication. AI-driven, risk forecasting, contactless travel systems, and data-driven destination management initiatives are a must. For us to achieve the above commitments on tourism resilience, as a country, we have to mobilize resources dedicated to resilience. Remember, investing in resilience today is the surest antidote against tomorrow's losses. Therefore, we call for blended financing mechanisms, resilience funds for vulnerable destinations, and insurance innovations for climate and disaster risks. And we really look forward, after all the discussions, to what this conference will recommend in the Nairobi Declaration. In this conversation of tourism resilience, the youth must play a critical role, and they already are. Therefore, we must equip them with digital skills, encourage entrepreneurship, create innovation hubs, and encourage climate leadership and resilience. Also needed are strong regional collaborations, and we know as we diversify the collaborations that we already have, we will give priority, in addition to all the other important regions, to the Middle East and Northern Africa region. And we know that when we do all these collaborations, we do knowledge sharing, early warning networks, research partnerships, and crisis coordination and frameworks, then we shall say we are edging closer to full resilience. This conference and expo should move swiftly from dialogue to implementation, translate research into policy, convert partnerships into action, and turn commitments into measurable outcomes. As this conference and expo concludes, we ought to register clear targets and identify practical frameworks and build strong alliances, networks, and partnerships. In conclusion, our ultimate goal should be to contribute meaningfully in creating safety nets against likely shocks as a way of enhancing sustainable global recovery. We should aspire to a tourism sector that is stronger, greener, smarter, and more inclusive. Meanwhile, I applaud the organizers of this event for the work well done as we look forward to edifying engagements that I hope will shape global tourism and grow our economies. To our visitors, welcome to Kenya, karibuni sana, and please find time to immerse in our enchanting wonders and magic. And lastly, we must all remember that resilience, tourism resilience, starts with all of us, and we must become resilient individuals. Thank you, and have meaningful engagements. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate our Cabinet Secretary, Rebecca Miano. Thank you so much once again for that. And tech team, if you don't mind, we would like to move this particular podium because we want to get to a moment of a photo session. And just to allow Waziri to sip some water as we do this. And I hope that we are very much ready for this amazing session. So if you don't mind, Madam CS, yes, you've just done your gallop there, so kindly come because we want to take some quick photos right here. And I want to invite all the ministers representing the different nations to kindly join Madam CS. The ministers, please come. I'll also invite another picture, so we have about 4 of them, so kindly, Madam CS, if you can lead them here, that would be great. Thank you so much for a quick photo with the ministers. Let's start with the ministers, and then I'm going to invite our PS to come with his colleagues for the next picture. So if you don't mind, there you go. I like the arrangement. Yes, these are the ministers. Allow me to allow the photographers to get set. If you don't mind, Madam CS, you could take one step back with the entire team, just one step back so that their lenses can be able to capture you well. Excellent. Like that. That's a good one. Let's look at them. Just look at the center. Look at the center. There you go. 3, 2, 1, go. If you don't mind, may I ask the PSs present to kindly come, led by our host PS. Please come right in. Please allow the PSs to come in right there. Just join the team. Join the team. Join the team. Thank you so much. Somehow join the team. I think photographers, you may need those zoom lenses and wider lenses. Excellent, excellent. Let's take that. Let's take that. Smiling in 3, 2, 1, go. There you go. There you go. Thank you so much. Don't leave yet. Don't leave yet. Yes, we're about to call the universities as well. Yes, they're coming in a moment. In a moment. Allow me to invite the Global Tourism team. Professor Wala, the universities. The Vice Chancellor KICC, please come up here. Dr. Karaoke, Dr. Esther, please come up. Please come up right here. So we're able to do this. Aha. Just give them a moment to arrive. Give them a moment to arrive, if you don't mind. Yes, excellent, excellent. Thank you so much. Photographers, you can step back a bit so that you're able to all take the nice pictures. Step back a bit, step back a bit. Yes, you have space at the back so that you're able to allow yourselves. We understand they're very important people and we need them. So 3, 2, go. Just look at the center. All the others on the other sides are fake. Just look at the center. It's a joke, don't worry. Excellent, there you go. Are we good at that? Thank you so much. Just before you leave, there's just one more. I understand we have the senior ministry officials. Somehow come at the back of the senior ministry officials, the CEOs and directors present. Please come up right now. The CEOs, the directors, please come up now. I know you. I'm about to call you by name. Please come. We shall somehow manage to do this. And if you don't mind, I think I have some ability. Yes, sir. Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, they will not appear. We're going to stand here, and some of us on this other end. Just there, just here. Let's line up here, right here. Excellent, excellent. And Madam CS, maybe just right there, right there. Excellent, just right there. The others at the back there. Excellent, lovely. And some of these at the end. Guys, you can step back as much as you may want. Don't worry, we will take this very well. I got you, I got you, I got you, photographers. Excellent, just looking at how, come this other side. I think we have, the stage is still wide, some of us can go up. Especially the gentleman there, you can hop up, you can hop up, you can hop up, the gentleman. Yes, just hop up there. Excellent. Aha. Some of the men here, because we can hop up so they'll be able to be seen. The photography will end here, so you can imagine. Yes, just go up there, just go up, if you don't mind. Well done, well done, well done. Thank you. Please allow me to organize this. This is an international picture. There you go. Are we good now? Everybody is there? Excellent. Photographers, do we have it now? Lovely. So let's all look at the center there where the flashes are coming as many in 3, 2, 1, go. Lovely. Asante sana. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. You may take your seats. We had to mark this global particular event happening right away. Thank you so much. Asante sana. Beautiful moment there. Beautiful moment there. Asanteni sana. Lovely. And tech team, if you don't mind, the seats could be coming close now. The seats could be coming close because we are getting set. I can see them coming up right here. We're just about to segue to a very powerful, packed panel that is coming up right now so that at least we are able to enjoy this moment. We're just jumping into that now so that we can flow with it. And I want to really appreciate that we're getting set and ready for this high-level panel. Thank you so much once again for that particular moment. And at this moment, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to briefly, in the moment given to me, to invite our moderator, Dr. Arathana Koala, the CEO Aptamain Partners UK, to kindly come here, a very renowned person in the world of tourism. Thank you so much. Put your hands together for her as she comes. Makofi tafadhali. She is our moderator for this particular session. Excellent. I want to invite as well our PS. Tariq, please come up because you're a host, so you're going to be having a chance to represent our nation right here. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Also joining as well is Honorable Edmund Ballet, the founder and co-chair as well. Please come up here. The Minister of Tourism in Jamaica. Honorable Danny Jok as well, the Minister of Wildlife Conservation in South Sudan, please come up to the panel. And Your Excellency Augusto as well, Secretary of State of Tourism Angola, please come up here as well. And finally, we have Jackson Hakiza, the Director General, Rwanda Chamber of Tourism. Please come up here, sir. And I want to hand over the microphone now to our moderator.
May I get the podium up on stage? Yes, please.
Tech team, if you don't mind, we'll need a quick podium very first. Lovely, lovely. So very fast, let's have that podium. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind us that when panel discussions are happening, you also participate. How do you do that? Remember our slido.com and the passcode is tourism. So please type that. There's a section written Q&A, so if you have any question, we'll be able to ask that question digitally, even as we're getting ready for this. Slido.com, the passcode is tourism. Then you'll be able to interact with this particular panelist right here on stage. Thank you so much. I believe we are set. The stage mic is on, and we'll be able to get started. Moderator, over to you.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, tourism trailblazers, and resilience champions, good morning and welcome to the 4th Global Tourism Madam Minister, will you be joining on stage for the panel? Now we have a full house. For those of you who don't know me, or are meeting me for the first time, my name is Aradhna Kovala. I am a global expert, thought leader, change maker, and one of the most influential yet independent voices in travel, tourism, and luxury hospitality. My career has spanned 25 years, 5 continents where I have lived, and 85 odd countries where I have worked, advising governments, businesses, and emerging destinations. I'm passionate about reshaping the future of tourism, and there is nothing I enjoy more than taking the stage for building a more resilient, inclusive, and regenerative industry. Now, on to why we are here today. 4 years, 4 gatherings, 4 times we have stood on the stage to celebrate Global Tourism Resilience Day. And I have stood here every single one of them. I haven't missed one. 4 times, 4 years in a row. But today, it's the first time I'm standing here with a bit of a sense of worry. In previous years, I came energized, hopeful, convinced we were aligning partnerships, sharing data, building the muscle memory of cooperation across borders. It felt like we were moving slowly, imperfectly, but together. This year feels a little bit different. I was at Davos last month, my 7th year. The subtext was unmistakable and the risk briefings were blunt. The age of comfortable multilateralism is fading and we are drifting into minilateralism. From global cooperation to smaller clubs, from we are in this together to you are on your own. In a fractured world, we cannot assume rescue will be coordinated, fast, or even available. You have to be ready more than ever to stand up. Resilience capacity at home with what you have when you need it. Resilience not as a side capacity or a side committee, but a permanent capability. And that's just the political weather. The physical weather has been even more relentless. Just last year, we had 399 natural natural hazard disasters worldwide. That's more than one every single day. 239 million people need urgent humanitarian assistance, and the world is seeking $33 billion to cover the most critical needs. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not a rainy day fund, that's triage. Shocks are no longer sequential. The next crisis is arriving before the last one finishes its press conference. And tourism, because we are so connected, visible, and confidence-driven, feels the fractures very early, easily, and painfully. So today, being here is not just symbolic, it is strategic. And before we go further, I want to do something unusual at a conference. I want you to look around you, at the person sitting next to you. Take a minute, look at the person sitting next to you. Remember them and thank them. Because these are the people who showed up. They chose to be in a room about resilience. And who is in this room says everything about what we prioritize. Yes, the world feels more competitive. Yes, the safety nets are thinner. Yes, multilateralism is wobbly. But if the era of automatic cooperation is ending, then let intentional cooperation begin. 5 countries, Rwanda, Angola, Kenya, Sudan, Jamaica. 5 countries, 3 continents, one shared reality. In the past 2 years, each of them have faced compound shocks measured in hard numbers, not headlines. Different geographies, different flags, the same pattern. East Africa, Madam Minister, and PS endured its worst drought in 40 years, followed by severe flooding. Kenya saw millions affected and widespread displacement. Sudan's conflict is dubbed the world's largest displacement crisis. Rwanda faced destructive floods and landslide in 2023. And Jamaica absorbed a Category 5 hurricane last year, causing damage estimated at 40% of the national GDP. And what is remarkable, what is powerful today is we have ministers from all of these 5 countries on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, resilience is not built by statements, it is built by people who decide this matters. Leaders who are not talking from theory, leaders who are governing through disruption because they've been through it. It is my proud privilege to invite all the ministers on stage. They're here, but I would love to offer a round of quick introduction, if you allow me. And Madam Minister, I will start with you as the host. Honorable Rebecca Miano has led in sectors where shock and volatility are constant. Energy, trade, ASALs, and tourism. Quite the trailblazer, she was the first woman in East Africa to lead an electricity company as MD and CEO of KenGen. She has led several cabinet portfolios, trade, investment, regional development, giving her a rare cross-governmental view of how policy holds up under real-world pressure. She served on the EAC Council of Ministers and as an ex officio member of ELA, strong on regional coordination. As Kenya confronted the floods in 2024 following the drought, she and the ministry championed tourism recovery alongside PS for climate adaptation and infrastructure resilience. Kenya's wildlife economy underpins millions of livelihoods, making environmental protection an economic survival issue, not a luxury. Asante sana for having us, Minister, in Kenya. You're allowed to applaud. Next up, we have someone who has spent decades shaping global tourism. Long before resilience became a buzzword, long before others were still figuring out what actually resilience meant, he saw it as something that protects the very soul of travel, and he was out there rallying, lobbying, and most importantly, doing. He is the longest-serving Minister of Tourism in the world. His party won a record 3rd-term consecutive win last year. The single most important voice on tourism resilience, the founder and co-chair of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. He has, as he said himself, published his 4th book, just steered his country through grade 5 hurricane that wiped out 40% of GDP and made a record comeback. He's a statesman, a visionary. He tackles the impossible, makes it look easy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the force, the legend, the chief architect of resilience, known for pushing tourism beyond growth targets to preparedness, continuity, and recovery. And let's not forget it, he's a Jamaican at heart. That is the most important thing. Honorable Minister Dr. Edmund Bartlett, Minister of Tourism, Jamaica. Our next panelist is Honorable Denny Jock Shagor, the National Minister of Wildlife Conservation and Tourism in South Sudan. Welcome, Minister. South Sudan faces one of the world's most and conflict spillovers. Minister Denny carries the extraordinary task of advancing wildlife conservation and tourism in a nation where stability, partnership-driven governance, working with organizations on park management and conservation outcomes. Minister, welcome. Next, we have a leader at the forefront of Angola's economic transformation. I was speaking to Minister yesterday, and as Secretary of State for Tourism, His Excellency Augusto is helping position tourism as a central pillar in Angola's diversification agenda, unlocking the country's extraordinary natural assets, from the Atlantic coastlines to the national parks. At a time when Angola is moving decisively beyond oil dependency, his leadership is focused on building a tourism sector that is competitive, investment-ready, and resilient. Honored to have you with us, Minister. Next, from Rwanda, representing the private sector, we have Jackson Hakiza, who leads the Chamber of Tourism in Rwanda at a time when Rwanda is building after the devastating 2023 floods that killed over 130 people and damaged key infrastructure. His work quietly anchors small-medium enterprises' recovery, proving resilience isn't rhetoric, it's enterprise continuity. He has worked extensively on tourism regulation, product and experience development, and diversification, and is known for strengthening the public-private partnerships across the value chain. And last but not the least, we have the PS. PS, thank you for taking the stage. You know more about him than I do. The whole world does, Kenya does, but I'm delighted to have him because he brings in a perspective of private sector realism with the public sector policy on the panel and the operational view of what policies actually enable or unblock. Welcome again, PS. Minister Bartlett, if I may start with you. You've been one of the strongest voices in pushing resilience, building coalitions, lobbying, and putting it on the diplomatic agenda. Yet, when shocks and disasters hit, responses still look fragmented, different protocols, different timelines, different priorities. Why is unity so hard, even when the risk is shared? And how can small island SIDS, small island developing states, create a resilience fund, which you have spoken about for years, so we are institutionalizing resilience and not improvising when shocks hit?
Thank you very much, Ardana. This is a tough one, primarily because disruptions are sometimes not foretellable. Disruptions come, and they come in varied forms. Seismic disruptions are weakly predicted. They hit you suddenly and at levels that cannot be defined immediately. Unlike, for example, certain weather disruptions or weather events, as we call them, hurricanes, we can predict that. We can measure also the strength of it as it develops. And therefore, we can plan better and prepare better. Economic disruptions are sometimes as unpredictable as seismic disruptions. And in many cases, economic disruptions are exogenous and are given to us, so to speak, and we have very little control over it. Makes planning a little difficult too. Health disruptions are sometimes difficult to predict. COVID is a good example. It came on us suddenly and enveloped the world, and in fact became the most existential threat that Anthropocene Earth has seen. And that was something that we didn't understand. We relied on science and data, and it too was unreliable. Our whole process was iterative, and we tried and found solutions as we went along. So disruptions essentially have to be given the space for one, to be able to predict. Secondly, as I indicated earlier, to be able to mitigate. Thirdly, to be able to manage. Fourthly, to recover quickly. Most importantly, recover quickly. And fifthly, to thrive afterwards. These 5 touch points are difficult, particularly for small, vulnerable island development states that are weakly resourced and are heavily dependent in particular on tourism. And so the call therefore for training and education and more knowledge, and for the establishment of institutional framework to enable this. And here comes the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, and institutions like those, where we can utilize innovation and creativity, and to develop strategies and toolkits that can then be discussed and be measured against real-time activities. And then we can determine, yes, here is how to manage this, here's how to manage that, here's how to manage the other, and then to pass on that information to other countries. So small island states like ours have to rely on collaboration. We have to be able to bring the partners together, private sector, public sector. We have to develop strategies and policies, public policies. And then we have to deal with legislative and regulative arrangements to enable compliance and also to provide sanctions against non-compliance. The strategy is one of cost. And the need, therefore, for a resilient fund is critical. The call from this conference we are going to make, and we hope it will be heard loud and clear. Our minister, in her presentation, referenced it, and we are going to be pursuing that. The need for a resilient fund to be established to enable particularly small, vulnerable, highly tourism dependent and weakly resourced countries to have the capacity to mitigate, manage, and to recover from disruptions.
Thank you, Minister. Beautifully articulated. It needs to be institutionalized, not improvised. And remember the call for action from the 4th Global Tourism Resilience Day celebration. We need the Tourism Resilience Fund. Madam Minister, if I may come to you next. You've led major portfolios beyond tourism. And in the world of power, electricity, resilience isn't a buzzword. The lights have to stay on in the hospitals, in airports, in hotels, everything, it's not a choice. Power systems are run, they need a continuity plan, 24/7. They have to consistently face stress-related contingency tests. And even a short failure can have serious ramifications and impact, and also social consequences. The critical infrastructure mindset that you have in power or other infrastructural sectors who you are very familiar with, it's actually very valuable for tourism too. Because tourism depends on reliability across multiple touch points. Transport, safety, communication, and service, obviously service delivery. How is Kenya integrating climate adaptive policies into the wider wildlife and tourism strategy?
Thank you very much. In the various portfolios that I've served in before, I used to think resilience is more critical for that particular sector. For example, in energy, there are times that the sector was not very resilient, relying largely on water for hydro generation, but then we had no control of the rain. And the policies that followed, diversifying the source of energy, stabilized the sector. In other sectors, arid and semi-arid lands, I then realized resilience was very, very critical. The drought followed very quickly by floods and so on. And then trade, where shocks, economic shocks, global and geopolitical issues were affecting the sector. But when I joined the tourism sector, I realized that resilience is actually the lifeline of the tourism sector. It is a very soft, vulnerable sector, and anything could go wrong at any time. We have seen the whole array of the risks that tourism can face, starting with health. Security is a major one. If you look at just infrastructure, reputation is another one. A country will wake up one day and issue a travel advisory. To other people, it may just look like a communication, but to the tourism sector, it is a crisis, and so on and so forth. Actually, the risks occur every second, every minute, every hour, every day, and so it is part of life. Unfortunately, in as much as we know that all these things can happen and will surely happen, preparedness is never obvious. It is never common, it is never accurate. And that's why in my remarks, I said this is historic, this is a dream come true, that on a day like this, these 2 days, Kenya can host one of the most significant conversations about resilience and crisis management. The government of the Republic of Kenya has integrated some of this resilience to climate into policies and into law. And Kenya is very well known as a very strong supporter of climate change, a supporter of conserving the environment and the heritage. And therefore, in terms of policies and the laws, I can say that we are quite robust. In fact, currently, we are at the tail end of enacting or coming up with our National Tourism Strategy 2026-2032, and we have just launched our wildlife strategy, and the laws are following. So in as much as you will have a robust environment in terms of policies and the laws, the preparedness is what is the real McCoy. It is what matters. And as a country, we must then put a lot of emphasis in some of the facilities like we have specifically for tourism. And we must thank the Kenyatta University that is the host of the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center that serves the wider East African region. And when I visited the center, and I encourage all of you to visit the center, the Kenyatta University, the kind of research, the kind of information and data that is then useful in formulating the policies, that is useful in coming up with preparedness action plan, in coming up with prevention, in coming up on how to deal with all this with speed I must commend that kind of work. But I also want to say it is continuous, it is work in progress. The way you handle one crisis is not a prescription for everything, which calls for innovation, that calls for agility, and we must really be on top of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You touch upon some really critical points: reputational resilience. Second, the need for leadership and countries to prioritize resilience, as Kenya has done. And finally, I think your cross-sector experience is fantastic for the world of tourism, because we can join so many dots. So thank you, appreciate that. Minister Dene, if I may come to you next. Your tourism value proposition is tied a lot to wildlife, but also ecosystems, including large-scale migrations, which can be undermined by instability, land pressure, insecurity, or weak incentives for communities. How can policy facilitate the protection of wildlife areas during periods of regional instability? Are there specific, policy package best practices that you have, which has helped you in revenue sharing, anti-poaching, or other enforcement or land use controls? And what has been really hard to implement politically, even though it might matter the most for resilience?
Well, thank you so much, moderator, and I appreciate the questions. This is a question that has long been asked by so many people. First of all, South Sudan, a lot of people, when they think about South Sudan, they think about conflict, they think about disagreement, they think about displacements. But South Sudan is known for a lot more than that. South Sudan is known for a country that has the largest animal migration on earth. And I think that alone can speak for itself. And so some people might not know because you might not have gone, but when you get a chance to go, it's worth seeing. When it comes to resilience, I look at it in terms of resilience connects the entire function of government. Mm-hmm. And it also connects even community living side by side. When you prepare for resilience, in my opinions, my colleagues might disagree with me, I think that the good preparations for any natural disaster or any climate change disaster is making sure that you prepare every family, every community. Making sure that job opportunity is equal to every family, every citizens, every community. Once that is prioritized by the government, it also prepares the entire country for any natural disaster that can strike. I can give you a good example. When COVID-19 struck, nobody had an idea of what was coming.
Correct.
But when it came, everybody, you're on your own. You're on your own financially. You're on your own in terms of medical preparations. You're on your own on everything. And we always say that government cannot solve everything. Citizens can also contribute, but government leads in all of these sectors. It leads in making sure that adequate funding is given to a resilience, is given to health sector, is given to security sector. And those will go and empower low-income communities, low-income individuals, so that those people can get prepared for life 10 or 15 years to come down the line. Once we do that, this is where now we can say that, we have some preparation done. In South Sudan, for example, you asked about poaching. It's one of the problems that we're dealing with. As we speak today, we have zero tolerance on any poachers. Fantastic. We want to make sure that we put all our rangers at our national parks to make sure that poachers don't just get into the park and kill animals. We have the largest migration of animals on earth because we have a lower population of people, and we have a vast land where animals can thrive and stay. We're so proud of that, and we think that in years to come, South Sudan will be known for much more. if I can make a continental comparison, you know, a lot of African countries often relied on foreign aid and assistance. And those assistance don't just come from the blue, they come from hardworking people from those countries where they come from. And those people were once empowered by their leaders and governments, which is what we can do now. And I think now the trajectory is changing. Depending on foreign aid, depending on assistance, is it's actually watering down, which means that it's about the times that we all can be on our own. And for us to be on our own, we must make sure that we prioritize our tourism sector, where we can attract investors to come in and invest in our continent, where we can also attract our own local citizens to be productive, so that in some decade to come, we might just donate to some other countries. We can do that. That's what those countries did those days, which we are enjoying when we get assistance here and there. But I think it's not too late for African countries to come together and work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Internal resilience, which Madam Minister also alluded in her speech, start by building out and having resilient individuals, and enormously encouraging news about anti-poaching rules, which are completely prohibited or well enforced in South Sudan. Congratulations to you. Minister Augusto, Angola's National Development Plan 2023 to 2027 already highlights economic diversification away from oil. And tourism is named as a key pillar. The question is, in your tourism strategy, have you embedded resilience into that diversification push? And what laws need to change so that resilience is not just a speech, but a legal obligation? And more importantly, how do we ensure that resilience does not go away with, changing political cycles, or when ministers change and headlines move on? In other words, I guess what I'm asking is, how do we ensure resilience first is a default setting and not an emergency setting?
Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. And it's very interesting, the questions you made, because our national development plan and the diversification policy was born for the necessity of diminish the economy rely on oil. So when we decide to go to the diversification program, we understand that the Angola economy should not be more than 90% rely on the oil revenues. So going to the tourism as a way to diversify the economy is also a way to bring resilience to our economy. So the investments and the bring tourism as a way of diversify the economy is a way of bring resilience in our economy. And what we are doing now to bring resilience as an institutional framework is not only by the laws that already existed, and the COVID-19 has proved us that it's very important to have emergency plan and crisis management plan. And we have a legal commandment since 2020 that oblige all the institutional and institutional framework and all public bodies to have in place specific contingency plans. So it's something that is already legal binded. We have legal obligation of having this plan. In terms of tourism, as you may know, Angola is a very, it's not a powerhouse in tourism when it comes to tourism in Africa.
Not yet.
Not yet. We are a small country. We are not known as a tourism destination. We are mostly known by the oil country and also by the civil war that was for 30 years in the country. And right now we are trying to be at the center stage of the tourism, just to showcase our potentiality as tourist destination, because we have a lot of national resource, natural resource, cultural heritage, and everything that all the countries in Africa have developed a tourism as destination. So we need to work on the investment on that, it's very important to bring the right investment and to promote the right strategy on how to build Angola as a tourism destination. Resilience is very important and should be embedded in all the politics. We have a legal, also in the legal terms, we have a law that oblige to create an intersectional tourism development strategy. Right. So all the ministry, all the institutional bodies in Angola are now abided to participate on the intersectional strategy for tourism. So each of these ministries should have in its policies something related with tourism and also to tackle the contingents, the disruptions that may come to this sector and may affect the tourism. So with these two legal instruments, we have the grounds for a political approach, and we also have the conditions to stabilize the policies on resilience, because they are legal commandments already. We have legal commandment in place, and it does not allow if we have a political change, it will not change because it's a law that should be
the law remains.
Yes, the law remains. Mm-hmm.
That's fascinating. Thank you, Minister. I think it's a very good learning for other countries to have cross-functional ministerial collaboration with regards to tourism, because tourism connects through multiple ministries. And for those of you who will be at ITB Berlin in March, Angola is going to be the host country this year. Congratulations on that as well. Next, we come to Jackson. Jackson, you are here as the Director General of Rwanda Chamber of Tourism, and that's also a private sector hat. And I'd love to ask you, when crisis hits, tourism businesses need to adapt in days. We don't have weeks or months. Yet rules around permits, taxes, labor, and compliance can often move a little slowly. From the private sector seat again, what policy and regulatory frameworks are most critical to ensure tourism resilience is not only government-driven, but it's actually commercially driven and investment-ready across the region?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. And I'm happy to be on this high-level panel of ministers discussing a very important and timely subject on tourism resilience. Coming back to your question about policies and the regulation frameworks that can lead to investment-ready, private sector investment-ready for tourism resilience, I think there are a number of things that policies and the regulation frameworks should be considering if we are to achieve tourism resilience in our country and in our countries and around the world. Starting with policies and the regulatory framework that are driven by consultations with, because there is responsibilities on the side of private sector, there is responsibilities on the side of government, even communities have to be involved. One of the things to focus on is to come up with strategies and frameworks that are really consultative and are clear, with clear vision, that are clear, that are implementable. So at that level, when you have clear policies, clear vision, there is the ownership from different stakeholders, even toward the commitment for the implementation. This is number one key point that I want to highlight. Another thing that should be addressed by policies and regulatory frameworks, it is engaging private sector through public partnership and create business opportunities for the private sector. Of course, here we talk about diversification of tourism experience, we talk about different tourism infrastructures. It shouldn't be a burden on the side of the government. However, those policies should be laying a foundation, even creating a conducive environment for private sector investment. This is also another element to be highlighted, but also policies and frameworks should also be focusing on standards. Standards are very critical when it comes to competitiveness, capacity building, so that we are able to build a stronger and more competitive tourism industry in our respective countries, but also around the world. There's also an aspect of sustainability, which should be addressed in the policies and the regulatory frameworks, because all what we do sometimes has an impact on the environment. But when you bring in an aspect of sustainability and conservation, culture preservation, you ensure that what we are doing is not only commercially viable, but also it will benefit even future generations. You can't just cross a bridge, burn it, destroy it, without or disregarding the future generation, which will benefit from the same resources. It is important that policies and regulatory frameworks address this issue as well. Another thing is about community involvement. If you do things without community, you don't really make an impact. You don't develop a resilient tourism industry, because it has to have impact on the community livelihood and way of living. I will just give an example of what Rwanda has been doing for some years. In 2005, the government initiated a policy whereby 5% of tourism revenues collected from national parks were given back to communities around the national parks. Not giving money to individual people, but financing community projects.
Right.
Those people who were at some time harmful to the environment and national parks became reliable conservation and tourism partners. So these are kind of initiatives that can be helpful when it comes to engaging the communities.
Fantastic.
Again, we want to have policies and frameworks that are credible and predictable and long term, so that you can be able to entice and create that confidence from a private sector. With this kind of policies, you will be able to achieve not only government-led, but also private sector-led tourism resilience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jackson. P.S. John, if I may ask you, and picking up on what Jackson was saying there, we spend millions, sometimes billions, after disasters, while everything seems to prove that prevention is way cheaper than spending on recovery. What is perhaps Kenya doing something in terms of the policies that you have in the ministry where you have flipped the model? And I would be very curious to hear, especially with regards to SMEs, how do you protect the tourism SMEs when the next shock hits?
Thank you very much for that question and for the contribution that the honorable panelists have given in relation to tourism resilience. You have asked a very important question on what Kenya is doing. I agree with you. Prevention is better than cure, and I think focusing ahead would be much better than trying to solve after problems have occurred. There are a number of practical measures that the government is doing. My cabinet secretary has already highlighted a few, but let me add onto some of the others that we are doing. Number one, we have a national tree growing program, which is spearheaded by His Excellency the President, whose purpose is conservation, to ensure that we conserve our environment, our heritage, and all the important things that, that can be able to create resilience in terms of focusing or preventing drought, famine, and so on, which in itself sometimes affect tourism. The second thing that we are doing has been mentioned by the last speaker who have just spoken, is about community involvement. If you look at the policies that we are driving through the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change, and many other ministries that are relevant to that, we are bringing a partnership between the communities and the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife and the government in general to ensure that there is participation in the conservation and protection of our tourism. The third thing, we have, of course, very specific institutions that deal with prevention. For example, we have the State Department for Special Programs, which outlines and looks at issues to do with provision of water for both human and wildlife, provision of dams, and also looking at other mitigation measures, including even addressing issues relating to safety, peace, and many other factors that affect tourism. Last but not least, we are also very keen in the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, particularly in partnership with the county governments. We have come up with management plans. If you look at the national parks, the national reserves, we have management plans that very clearly guide on how our national parks and national reserves are managed. But not just that, even how our hotels and other hospitality facilities are regulated in terms of eco-friendly use of technologies, eco-friendly infrastructure, eco-friendly structures. And so therefore I would actually say that in partnership with also the research center at Kenyatta University, there is a lot of research that is being undertaken. We have the Wildlife Research and Training Institute in Naivasha, which also partners with the Tourism Research Institute and other very important research institutes that does a lot of research and on what resilience means and what prevention means and what kind of policies and measures can be put in place to prevent. So in a nutshell then, I would say that if we collaborate together as humanity, as has been put by the Honorable Minister from Jamaica and all the other Honorable Ministers who have spoken, I think if we speak as one nation, as one voice across the world, we can be able to prevent some of these challenges that affect tourism and put in place practical measures and policies that can focus and can prevent them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, John. Minister Bartlett, if I can pick on that point of PS John and ask you, because recent crises have shown something that the first 30 to 60 days after a shock can be really make or break for any destination. Having said that, during both COVID-19 and the recovery from Hurricane Melissa, Jamaica successfully implemented resilient corridors, which is a bit what PS John was talking about, how standing alone can also be standing together. How can this concept be codified into permanent national policy to ensure a seamless and safe experience for visitors, even during active crisis recovery?
Right, so we have to begin with creating a framework of preparedness. And that requires the pulling together of these numerous moving parts that we have been talking about as ministers that impacts tourism. We begin on the basis that tourism itself doesn't really exist. It happens only because everything else exists. Yeah. And in my context, we say that tourism owns nothing, but we require everything. So our job is to coordinate everything. It's to be that catalyst that brings everything together and enable the creation then of a product. And usually the definition is that tourism is a confluence of moving parts that must come together seamlessly to create an experience that people travel to buy. And they spend a lot on it, I must tell you. So for us then, we begin with establishing a task force on resilience. And that task force is charged with looking at all the critical touch points that are needed to come together to respond to any type of crisis which you have. And so within our ministry, we have the TIAC, which is the Tourism Emergency Operations Center, that looks at disaster risk management and all the elements that are required to be pulled together. Then we look at all the ministries that are critical to bring all of these critical elements together. And we have them represented in that network. Then we look at what are the redundancies that are required from the various sectors to enable quick response. When the hurricane hits and the electricity goes from the normal grid, is there a redundancy? At the airport, do you have redundancies? At the hospitals? And so you go through all these critical areas. Now, once you've been able to do that, then you can define specific areas of greater safety for visitors. But perhaps before I say that, I need to indicate that all your hotels have to comport with these critical touch points that we mentioned. And we have the Tourism Product Development Company, which is an agency within the ministry that has that responsibility to ensure that these hotels and tourism properties are all responding to these touch points. And then we have, in the case of COVID, we were able to define a geographical area. And we were fortunate in that the geography of Jamaica allowed for it. In some countries, it doesn't.
It's not possible, yeah.
We have a single highway that runs east to west that covers the windward side and the leeward side, so to speak. And the hotels are all on the windward side. So we were able to create that corridor, and we ensured that these touch points that I mentioned were all complied with. We put on decals on their windows and doors to indicate that they are fully compliant. And within that space, we were able to have a minimum of infection. When the rest of the communities were in double digit, in that corridor, we had less than 1%. Now, what that built was confidence. So when we spoke to the market and say, you will have a safe, secure, and seamless experience in Jamaica, there was no second guessing of the integrity of that promise.
Right.
So critical to resilience is integrity. And finally, resources, because it has to be funded. We made the point earlier about the need for that.
Yes.
So every country has got to create a disaster management fund at the very basis, a percentage of your budget or whatever. Now multilaterals are talking about it. The IMF is establishing such a fund and so on. But the process of getting it is humongous.
Yeah.
And most of the small economies that are the ones that are
omukosi anengere anengere ke omukosi anengere 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 ke omukosi anengere 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 ke omukosi anengere amo you know anengere ke omukosi anengere laro no anengere ke omukosi anengere ke anengere ke omukosi anengere ke anengere ke omukosi anengere.
By Jackie Smolin, Director of Global Operations, Global Tourism, Resilience and Crisis Management Center. A round of applause to Jackie. Jackie, you have a lot of fans. I had them shouting, welcome. Followed by Mike Masharia, the CEO of Kenya Association of Hotel Keepers and Caterers. There you go. It's good to see you, Mike. Welcome. Followed by Fred Kaigwa, the CEO of Kenya Association of Tour Operators. Fred Kaigwa as well. Karibu sana. Welcome, sir. It's good to see you. Followed by Frank Gisha, the CEO of East Africa Tourism Platform. Frank Gisha, welcome as well. Karibu sana. Round of applause to them. We also have Imran Shah, founder Destination Plus Tourism and Events. Welcome, Imran. Imran is ready to go to a destination. Good to see you, man. And finally, we have Jacinta Kirudi, the founder of Intrade Africa. Jacinta, if you're there, please come up right away so that we can have this particular session. And moderator, I think the other panelists, if anyone is missing and is probably having lunch, they will join you. Oh, she's right here. Thank you so much. Welcome. I was just checking. Over to you, Nicanor. Take us through this for the next few minutes. Just a reminder as the moderator is taking over, remember our slido.com. If you have any question, I've seen quite a number of questions in the morning session. We'll try and see what we can do to answer them. But if you're still logged in, feel free to address any person, even by name, to make Nicanor's work easier so we can get started. Welcome, Nicanor.
Does this work? Okay. It works? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. MC, for today. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You know, sometimes prayers are not answered. So this morning I was praying that my session does not spill into the afternoon or after lunch, but definitely those prayers were not answered. We are here now. So I hope we'll keep you interested, as well as keep you focused even after lunch. If you find yourself knocking off a bit, as a moderator, I'm giving you permission to just stand up and stretch wherever you are, and then resume your seat after that. So thank you very much for the invitation and a great panel that we have here this afternoon. This morning, we spent time during the opening as well as the earlier panel talking to policymakers, and I think they've laid ground in terms of how, as governments, they are putting together strategies and policies to be able to support resilience, tourism resilience in times of crisis. And therefore, this afternoon, I'm pleased to host a
help the local community. So whatever it is we do in our development, we need to be sure that we are not adversely impacting the natural product. Again, as tour operators, we want accessibility. So that balance is very important. I don't want to spend 15 hours to get to the product, and I don't want my access to destroy the natural habitat. So it is a very delicate balance between access and maintaining the product in a state that is sustainable.
Excellent.
All right.
Nicanor, there's another one here.
Are you going to add me more time?
No, I only going to add you 2 minutes.
Oh, you will do that. All right, go ahead. Then I can take another.
I will stick to your time. But Nicanor, hello, from Ken from State Department for Wildlife. My concern with tourism, you've signaled out wildlife. How can tourism impact wildlife conservation?
How can tourism? Who wants to take that?
They are intertwined. Right. Tourism and wildlife conservation is actually part of tourism because that's what we do. And when you look at in the conservation areas, the amount of money that goes into park fees, just purely for conservation, is very, very important. There are certain places, Berlin is the greenest city in the world, but it has about 20 million tourists visiting every year. So it can be achieved. You can still balance, conserve wildlife, sustain your environment and still have tourists. So it's not in conflict. It's just about how you balance the three.
And there's one specific to Jamaica. Can I?
Okay,
Yeah.
they are our guests, so we'll take a question from them.
So how's Jamaica preparing for tourism resilience, considering the impact it has on rural areas and the environment?
All right, that's for you.
Okay. Well, Jamaica is a small island, so everything impacts us, whether it's a natural disaster, whether it's an opportunity, that's what I'm going to call the disruption. So we are very forward-thinking, and we have the commitment from government and the ministries right across the board in doing what they can to establish rapid movement and increase and recovery. And that's where our resilience scorecard comes in.
Yeah.
Right.
Just speak to that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
To gain a high resilience score, local communities must balance tourism growth with their ability to withstand and adapt to shocks. The matrix are often categorized into capitals, social, economic, infrastructure, and specific tourism-dependent indicators. I'll just share a few because this is a very diverse group of matrices. One, under the economic matrix umbrella, is the diversification of tourism demand. This is to ensure that the tourism demand avoids resilience on a single market or a single season. Revenue stability, the percentage of revenue retained locally versus the leakage that results from that. Local linkage rates, the portion of tourism revenue that leaves the economy rather than supporting the local artisans. Employment stability, availability of year-round versus seasonal jobs and access to employee benefits like health insurance and retirement contributions. Under the social and community and capital matrix, you would have community engagement, the number of local residents participating in tourism planning and decision-making, the quality of life indicators, resident sentiment towards tourism and its impact, ensuring that the benefits outweigh the disruptions. Infrastructure and environmental matrices, the percentage of tourism revenue reinvested in natural resources, disaster preparedness plans, the existence and regular testing of evacuation routes, temporary shelters, and recovery protocols for tourism assets, infrastructure and accessibility, density and quality of road networks, high-speed internet, medical capacity per residence, the efficiency of your water usage, waste production, and energy conservation, to name a few.
Oh, great. Thank you very much for those metrics. Now, I want to bring this to a close. I know we've run out of time. I am going to strictly give my panelists a minute each to make their closing remark, and strictly a minute. Imran, we start with you.
Right. My closing remark would be there's two elements that I have noticed in this whole conference, and even the past visit, and which I see also I think has been discussed a few times in the previous panel, the security, seamless security. Basically, this is very, very important because sometimes when I travel many countries, multiple countries, you have, of course, very high compliance of security, but you don't see them with your eyes. But here, which I understand is mainly pure of the security where people have to always get out. Yesterday also I witnessed in my hotel, they have to go out and sometimes they say, okay, no, let me drop you off the street. We just walk to the hotel. So I think those practices, if we reduce it to more of a seamless method where people feel more safe that, oh, I'm not under threat. It's just psychology. It's not, of course, there is a better way to do this, but it's just psychology that people feel threats when they see a lot of security. They think, oh, today I might get attacked. This is one. And other perspective, since we have many ministers of different regions from Africa, one of the greatest achievement, if that would be possible, is to make a African Union visa for travelers. If they come to Kenya, they go to other countries freely. Because if I come here for 1 week or 2 weeks of vacations, I would like to go to Tanzania or to Somalia or to Sudan, any of these countries. I think there's a unity of like how you have Schengen visas. Now you have this in Middle East also, and most of the time in Asia, I think now it is starting. So if this kind of concept could be started, it could promote more tourism into the country. So somebody's coming to neighboring country will come to this country as well. This is what I feel. And also to make ties with many other countries who have specific credentials, like residencies or a status, then they can come in free visas. I think this will promote more and more tourism to these destinations.
Thank you very much. Frank, I hope you can do better than Imran.
Thanks, moderator. I think you're looking at tourism. Myself, as from the private sector background, I'm looking at, open borders, harmonized standards, and most countries in East Africa, we have policies. Say if we have a tourism levy, let's have a percentage that goes to tourism resilience, such that we don't wait for shocks to hit us and we're scared, then we lose it all trying to firefight. So look at it in that angle, and again, engage communities. Tourism resilience will not be perfectly done in boardrooms. Otherwise, engage rural areas, bring in the entire ecosystem from crafts to nightclubs, nightlife, of course, the culinary, and of course, diversify, digitalize to share information. Then East Africa will stand stronger for the next, crisis, which we don't pray that we meet again. Thank you.
All right, thanks. You've done well. Fred, I hope you can improve on Frank's record.
I will try. I think for me, as the side of the two operations, it is not possible to be measuring tourism just from the numbers and revenue. From what we have learned, resilience must be built into the package. And we are talking about not just the ability to bounce back, but also the ability to predict and to withstand economics, climate, changing visitor patterns. And I concur with my colleague Frank that communities must also take a central stage in the resilience so as to localize the product. So we must be able to predict where we're going, what to expect, and to look out for the unexpected. Tourism is a very vulnerable activity, and resilience will help us to get through. Thank you.
Well said, Fred. Mike, I know you're a man of few words.
I am. For me, it's just two things: marketing and access to finance, because then we encourage investments. Marketing is key to resilience. In 2008, there was a global recession. Some people might remember the story of the Lehman Brothers. And in Europe, every government reduced their budgets. Spain increased their tourism budget by 11%. It is the only country that did well post-2008. Between 2009 and 2011, they were hitting more numbers than even France. So let's not forget marketing. It helps us stay in the game. It helps us send our message out there, and it helps us with the resilience that we want to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Jackie?
Resilience is a new currency of community and nationhood development.
Oh, wow. Jacinta, the pressure is on you now. Take us home.
I'll say it in bullet form.
Yeah.
Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2026. Look that up. Borderless Africa Campaign. We're collecting 10 million signatures, and that young man that I spoke about challenged us. He managed to get 9 million views within a very short period of time. The Africa Union only requires 10 million signatures to have a borderless Africa.
we can do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jackie. I think you've done well. Moderator, I still have a few seconds.
No, you're way past time. Way past time. It's blinking red on you.
Yeah.
We have our timer hidden here. Thank you so much, sir.
So thank you very much. Allow me to sincerely thank the panel. I think we've tried to give justice to the topic. So thank you all for your contribution. And I hope as the audience also you've gotten at least to pick some lessons from what the panelists have done. So thank you very much. And,
Absolutely.
See you next time.
Thank you so much, moderator and the panelists. If you don't mind, kindly come closer to each other for a quick photo, and then we transition right away to the next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are doing well. We are doing well. Turn to the person sitting next to you and tell them, you took too much lunch. That's why. Excellent. Excellent. That's why we're going to have to run and do this kind of thing. Thank you so much. Next, ladies and gentlemen, investing in resilience. How do we invest in resilience? Mobilizing public and private sector funds. Money is the conversation. Thank you so much, gentlemen and ladies. Thank you so much. You may take your seats. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for that time. And thank you, moderator, for sticking to the time given. Our next moderator has a lot of pressure. Damian Godon. I'll be calling you later on, but for now, I want to have Barry Clemens is our moderator for this session, the Group Chief Executive Officer of Hospitality EQ. Welcome, sir. It's good to see you. Allow me to call your panelists up so that we can stick to the time. Allow me to invite Honorable John Olotua, our very own PS. Please come up, sir. The State Department for Tourism, Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, Kenya. We have David K. Mwangi, the Chief Executive Officer, Tourism Fund. Please come up right here. Then we also have Dr. Ratana Korala, the CEO Aftermind Partners UK. Please come up right here. We also have Ibrahim Ayub, Group CEO, International Tourism Investment Corporation. Please come up here. Charles Gasheru, the CEO of WRC Safari Rally Kenya, is also here. Please come up here. And also joining is Judith Omacha, the Deputy Director, Business Development and Advisory, Kenya Development Corporation, KDC. These people, KDC, have money. Welcome. Anytime I see her, I see money. Welcome. Welcome to the stage. I don't know whether the rally has started with KCB. Maybe that's why we don't have the other panelists. But in the meantime, excellent, excellent. If you don't mind, moderator, before I give you the chance, if you know when you look back, you see just nothing, please stand up. The people at the back, we need you closer because cameras are struggling. So guys at the back, come closer. We had even reserved these white seats for you. I don't know why you don't like them, but come up very fast. In 3, 2, go. Can ushers help them stand? It's a lot of work standing. Please come. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a way of stretching as well. Come closer. Come closer. Thank you so much. Especially we bless the people who are at the back, who are looking at the back and they can see we are calling them. Please come forward. Please come forward. We love you. You never know. I could give you a ticket to Jamaica. Come closer. Come closer. Well done. Thank you so much. That's way better. Thank you. Even these white seats, feel free to feel how it feels. Powerful place to be at. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for that. Asante sana. Over to you, moderator. Your time, I will be right here. I'll be checking on you. Thank you.
Don't worry, we'll only take about 2 hours. It's okay.
Oh, no.
I think, firstly, I want to thank Nick for taking that graveyard shift after lunch. I know it's a challenging one. You were supposed to be before. You took it for me. Thank you so much. Hopefully, everybody is energized now for this session. So let's formally start this. Good afternoon, ladies, gentlemen, distinguished guests, colleagues. Welcome to panel 3 of the day. Investing in resilience, mobilizing public and private sector funds here at the 4th Global Tourism Resilience Day Conference and Expo in Nairobi. Welcome again. Tourism has always been an industry of optimism, but in recent years it's also become an industry tested by disruption. From global health crisis to climate shocks, economic volatility and shifting traveler expectations, we have all seen how quickly progress can be challenged. The question today is no longer whether we need resilience, but how we fund it, scale it, and make it measurable. This session brings together leaders from government, finance, global investment, development institutions, and major tourism drivers to unpack a critical issue. How do we move from good intentions to real capital flows that enable transformation. We will explore how public policy can de-risk investment, how private capital can be mobilized more effectively, and how innovative tools such as green bonds, blended finance, resilience insurance, and public-private partnerships can shape the future of tourism development. Resilience should not be viewed as a cost or a reaction to crisis. It should be seen as a long-term investment strategy that protects destinations, strengthens communities, and ensures that tourism remains a powerful economic engine even in uncertain times. Today's conversation is about alignment. Investors need clarity and confidence. Governments need some sustainable returns and inclusive growth. Communities need tangible benefits, and the tourism sector needs financing models that look beyond short-term gains towards lasting impact. My role this afternoon is to guide a conversation that is candid, practical, and forward-looking. We have an exceptional panel whose experience spans policy, investment, technical oversight, destination management, and large-scale event development. Together, we'll explore what is working, what is not, and what must change if we are serious about building a more resilient global tourism economy. So let's begin by asking a fundamental question. What does investment-ready resilience actually look like in practice? And who needs to move first to make it happen? So now when I got my list of panelists, I was like, this is going to be easy because all of these people I've worked with at some stage. So I'm really blessed to have been able to work with these people over the years. Honorable, we're working on some very exciting projects in terms of youth innovation. Aratna, we met, 8 years ago in Mauritius, and we've been working on tourism resilience in many different ways. Ibrahim, how many years now? So the whole team here, we've worked in some other way together, except for Charles, not yet. The others we've worked. So let's kick this off and start asking the difficult questions. So, Honorable Olutula, let's start with you. What role does the state play in de-risking private investments in tourism infrastructure through legislative and sovereign guarantees?
Thank you very much for this very important question that touches on tourism resilience and particularly investments in tourism. And you have actually asked what role that plays. First of all, policy regulation is very important because it's a basis of the principles that guide investment. Any particular destination that can attract investment and even resilience in that particular investment, we'll have to look at regulations that they put in place. And these regulations may touch on taxation. The regulations may touch on any specific incentives that can be given to be able to attract the investments. Because without attracting investments, that resilience in itself becomes difficult because tourism is dependent on investments. There are several types of investment in tourism. It could be hospitality, hotel and hospitality investment, so that if you don't have high-class hotel or hotels or facilities that can be able to have the people accommodated, then probably even if you have other factors, it becomes difficult to be able to accommodate. There are other issues that that touch on infrastructure, which must also be given incentives for it to be able to develop, whether it is airport infrastructure, road infrastructure, rail infrastructure, or whichever other infrastructure that is very important for that particular tourism. Secondly, it is legislation that also encourages public-private partnership. You'll realize that for us to be able to sustain resilience, there is need for partnership between governments and the private sector. And I think particularly in tourism, because tourism is private sector led, and therefore there are certain cases where the government partners with the private sector to be able to develop what could have been very difficult to develop alone. So that particular partnership is very important, and it can be in form of capacity building. It can be in form of monetary incentives and so on. Maybe last but not least on that particular area is also looking at you know, the environment that encourages access to finance that can be able to support resilience. So a good example is during the time of COVID-19, when the government came in to give some funds that was an incentive to kickstart the businesses that are closed or gone down. And so there is need to have an accessible finance, probably at a lower you know, rate that becomes a bit affordable, so that in the case of any emergencies that affect resilience, then probably the funding can be of help. So those are some of the elements that I think policy and regulation can support investment and resilience. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And as you said, it's extremely important that there's trust in the country, there's stability. David, thank you for joining us as well. We haven't worked directly together, but obviously I've worked with your teams at Tourism Fund, doing great jobs. The question to you is, how is the Tourism Fund specifically being restructured to move away from mainly, I know you're doing different things, the promotional funding and towards prioritizing long-term resilience and crisis recovery projects?
Thanks so much for the question. One, I want to clarify that we have not only been financing the tourism promotion, but let me respond to the question on the basis how are we strategically positioning ourselves in regards to the tourism resilience. So other than financing the promotion of Kenya as Tourism Fund, we are also positioning ourselves in terms of financing development of tourism products. And when it comes to the development of tourism products here, we are talking of the existing tourism products. What is this that we need to do so that we can be able to have proper products that can be able to bring more tourists in our country? And of course, the same thing about financing tourism development, the tourism product, that is product diversification. Do we have tourism products new that can be developed? And we have been working together with the Ministry of Tourism in terms of mapping our products so that we can ensure that they are developed as we move forward. The other thing is about training. Training is very critical if we have to be geared towards tourism resilience. If we don't have the right skills working in the sector, then it means we are not prepared enough. And under training, we are working together with Kenya Utalii College. We finance that so that we subsidize the cost of training. Then we have a new product that I know majority of you could have been able to benefit from that. We are calling it the Tourism Revolving Fund. When it comes to the Training Revolving Fund, we are making money be available for training, school fees be available at a reasonable rate, repayable at a future date. Then we are also looking at the workforce that are working in the sector. What is this that we need to do? We have people, of course, when you look at the hospitality sector, we have the budget hotels, those people who are engaging themselves in the small, I can call them Siemens, and they may not have the right cadre of staff. So what is this that we need to do to make sure that they are upskills, and their skills, they are equally recognized? So we have come up with a proper program. Again, we are financing, working with our national polytechnic so that we have people that can be able to give us what we want in the sector. Then, of course, we have the sector safety and crisis management. And in this, I'll be able to divide it into two. When it comes to the sector safety, it means we need the right standards and, of course, the safety itself. We have the Tourism Regulatory Authority that we are working with to ensure that we have the right standards that are being observed in the tourism sector. Then, of course, they are also looking at strategies in terms of ensuring that there is safety of our tourists and including the investors themselves. So it's another area that we are positioning ourselves in terms of financing as tourism fund. Talk of data for us to be able to make concrete decisions. We need proper data that we can be able to rely on in terms of making decisions. And that's why we are also financing the Tourism Research Institute, so that they can be able to come up with accurate information and data that can help even the ministry in terms of making the right decisions. And when they're coming up with the policies, they are policies that are informed. So those are among the other things that we are doing in terms of positioning ourselves. Thank you.
Beautiful. Isn't it wonderful to hear that here in Kenya, we've got so many products helping the industry, so many different funds. So clearly, we've been listening. And I like the fact that you're mentioning about the youth and capacity building. It's very important. The youth is our future. And, you know, we're working on some very interesting projects with the ministry itself. Youth innovation is very high on the agenda there. But now let's take it to a little bit of a more global perspective, and let's move on to Aratna before things fall apart here. On a global perspective, what specific resilience indicators do global investors look for before they commit their capital? What, on a global level, are they looking for?
So, investors don't fund resilience. They fund proof that the next shock is not going to wipe out their returns, right? And this is extremely important in tourism because you see, when there is a hurricane, there is a heat wave, a flood, or a drought, it's not linear in tourism. It stacks up and it comes as waves. So a hurricane, a flood, or a heat wave mutates into an epidemic, or a misinformation war, or social unrest. So if you are an investor, you're constantly looking for proof that your returns are not going to be wiped out. In very simplistic terms, that's three things. Number one, and this is going to sound cruel, but it's true. Speed beats sympathy any given day. After a disaster strikes, you literally have 30 days, and it's make or break for any destination, any country. So how quickly do you have the system to deploy capital? Do you have trigger points? When there is a disaster, does everyone know that these are the first people who are going to be paid out? It's going to be done in this order? If yes, then capital is able to price that risk into their balance sheet. If not, you are in a state where you're depending on the next press conference, the next ministerial call, who knows who, and relations as against rules to release capital. And when it comes to money, they're very, very risk averse. If there is any kind of, not rule-based structure, they want to stay away from it. So that's the first one. No term sheet, no money. That's simple. So unless you have triggers, you can't have the term sheet. And unless you have the term sheet, you can't have the money. So speed beats sympathy every given day. The second thing is They are the ones who need money the most but get wiped out the first. And unless, even if you have the best asset, which is capitalized, but if you don't have the ecosystem, you can't have any destination. So capital is not going to fund a single asset. They need the ecosystem in place. The third and the final one is prevention is not a virtue. It is a discount. So if you are, again, the capital financing these things, you want to fund infrastructure, you want to fund initiatives, you want to fund destinations that have created a basic infrastructure for preventive resilience. Every single dollar that you invest in prevention results in $6 in recovery. The financial institutions have done the math. They know that it is the only way they can recoup their investments. So by preventive investments, I mean, do you have, probably lower interest rates? Do you have easier access to capital? If you have any of these things, do you enable small, medium enterprises to build back better? If you have any of these things institutionalized and structured, then capital has no hesitation to come forward and make those investments. But if you don't, again, they're going to be hesitant and they're going to be hands-off. And I think it's something that we have to think about, because if you take other industries, take banking as an example, right? In banking, there is deposit insurance for the retail investors. So the people who put in the small amounts of deposits, their deposits are insured. It's the same in shipping. We have a pooled fund to prevent disasters and in terms of contingency. In tourism, we don't have it. And financial institutions and capital have identified that as a big gap. So they need to see things as institutionalized, where capital can move. What moves money is what enables money to come in.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that, Aradhna. And I believe it makes a lot of sense. So now moving on to Ibrahim. Thank you for joining us from the UK. Now, as a connector company, what is ITIC doing to connect global funding to African opportunities?
I take this one. Thank you, Barry, for this question. So ITIC, we are a corporate finance and advisory company, a global one. So since our inception, Africa has been our main focus. And we have had many experiences in different parts of Africa. I would say Eastern African Economic Bloc, Southern African Economic Bloc. Now we are looking at projects in Western African side. Northern African, not yet, but there are some demand. But let me tell you what we have been experiencing. Our role, or our advisors, is to look at business model of developers, African developers, because I'm talking about African perspective. So we look at, first of all, the business model, the cost of the project, and then on the other side, we look at the debt and equity, right? And how much equity they are putting in. And then depending on the leverage between debt and equity, either 60, 40, 70, 30, depending on the bankability and the cash flow projection, we'll build a financial modeling. And that financial modeling is very important in order to look at future shocks that we look like. Now we are looking at resilience, we look at all the different crises that could happen. In our financial modeling, you have an item called FF&E, right, which is furniture, features and equipment. So fittings and equipment. So we come in normally between 1% and 2%. When we look at, for example, 10 years projection, we are advocating by allocating it to 3 to 5%. So that when we go to either a lender or to an investor, we already have that built in for that 3 to 5% an increase in the FF&E projection. So that cash will eventually use as a reserve in order to cater for future shocks. So that is something like how, that's one of the examples we started building it, and we have seen our experience have shown when we talk to bankers and when we talk to investors, for example, project we are doing in one of the countries in East Africa. And when the risk, credit risk assessing, and look, why are you putting your FFNE and 3 to 5%, for example? And then we explain, because when you're doing, for example, a greenfield, you're projecting for 10 years. You don't know what's going to happen in next 5 years or next 8 years or 10 years. Because you look at numbers, numbers are beautiful. You have an excellent operator that comes in with a P&L that say, oh, your project is bankable. But then what happened? You know, so that's one of the examples we have come across to build in on the resilient side. And that's how it comfort investors and lenders, like Aradhana said earlier, is, you know, in the tourism sector, you don't really have a fund or how you mitigate the risk something happened. Let's say if your hotel burn out, you have an insurance that will come, but tomorrow morning there is another crisis, health crisis. What happened to that disruption? You don't really have an insurance. And we are, for example, I would just say multilateral like MIGA from the World Bank need to look at insurance to mitigate such type of risk, because they have the power and the money that would be able to insure such type of risk. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you so much. I'm sure you've got some people from the floor coming to you for some cheap money solutions in the near future. Judith, let's move on to you. And I want to thank you and your team at KDC. Through you guys, we've been able to help quite some hospitality and tourism projects in Kenya come to life. So thank you for what you guys are doing there. There's some challenges I would like to discuss separately, but yes, let's move forward. So as a national development finance institution, how does KDC assess and structure tourism projects to ensure that they are both bankable and resilience aligned, particularly in high risk or emerging destinations?
Thank you very much for that question. So KDC, as you say, as a national development finance institution, so it means we are supporting investments all over the country. Risk profiles and challenges in different parts of the country are different. And we also do support startups, and that is where normally the risk is the highest. And especially if it's maybe like emerging destinations or new areas. So one of the ways that we look at this is we employ what you would call double materiality, in the sense that other than the financial viability, which of course KDC will support a business only if it is financially viable, because we want the business to be able to pay by itself, to be able to sustain itself. Now, the other very important aspect is we look at the environmental, the social, and the governance aspects, which is the other side that we look at to ensure that there is, the impact on the environment, the society where the business is set up, you're not like significantly disrupting or causing harm. We are coming up with our own taxonomy, much as we have the national taxonomy, because KDC is supporting a lot of sustainable investments and green investments. And even for the tourism sector, we believe that this is an area where we can finance them. We are also raising a fund, a green investment fund, that then will even be more concessionary than what we actually give at the moment. So in terms of analysis, is that double materiality to ensure that we are taking care of our environment, even as we are ensuring that the business that we are supporting is financially sustainable. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. And then last but not least for this round, Charles, we're all looking forward to the rally to kick off in the next couple of weeks. Really appreciate you being here. I can only imagine how busy things must be in getting ready for the start. But how do major sporting events attract this diversified funding needed to support regional tourism resilience?
Thank you very much for having me on this panel. I think I'm sitting here learning about global tourism resilience. So if I'm a bit off topic, don't
we'll forgive you. It's
don't
okay.
beat me up too much. But it's an interesting topic, and I've just been taking some notes sitting here. I think it's an interesting topic, and one of the things that I've just written down here is community. Because I think probably one of the central pillars, maybe the guys at the university may not agree with me, maybe I'm wrong, but I think community becomes such a central pillar in being resilient in terms of how we survive as a destination when there is adversity, be it from weather, COVID, the economy, and so on and so forth. So speaking about sports, for example, and I'll just give an example. In 2009, I just Googled it. The IPL, one of the biggest leagues in the world, could not be held in India because of the elections. And it moved to South Africa. And I think with it, about 300,000 tourists went to South Africa to watch the IPL, the Premier League of Cricket. It's one of the biggest leagues, one of the richest leagues globally. And again, maybe I could be wrong, but what made South Africa resilient enough at short notice to be able to host the IPL at very short notice? Because the Indian government decided we have a general election, we cannot host this. So in terms of sports, if I just come back to your question, of course we have diversified funding for most of our sporting events, and this has been a great year for Kenya. Just this weekend, we had the HSBC Sevens here at Nyao Stadium. We had quite a number of countries coming to participate at the Nyao Stadium. Great event, a lot of tourism numbers. Next week, this week, we are the current country club for the Magical Kenya Open, a DP World Tour event. And then March 12th through the 15th, we have the Safari Rally in Naivasha, Nakuru County. And again, I go back to community because one of the things I keep speaking to a lot of governors who come to me and say, why don't you bring the rally to our county? And I say, why your county? What has your county done? And now the word I will use is resilience. How have you built resilience into your county to be able to host the rally, basketball, golf, etc., etc.? So the communities, the county leadership have to build resilience to be able to become ready. As I'm saying, I could be wrong, but I'm just trying to, since we had lunch till now, I'm just becoming a student of resilience. You have to build resilience into the country to be able to host huge sporting events, conferencing, and so on. So another thing I've written here, things like infrastructure. The US, Mexico, and Canada are now going to host the FIFA World Cup. They are probably just dusting their venues. They're probably building nothing new. England, if you think about it, or most of the European countries can probably hold the World Cup without having not to build not a single locker room or even renovate a toilet. They are ready. Is that what resilience is?
I guess it's part of it.
So I think as a country, as we continue to look at global tourism, as we continue to look at major sporting events, we have to build resilience into our nation and into our DNA so that we are well poised to, one, attract big sporting events like the WRC Safari Rally. We host the event. It's 350 kilometers of racetrack. We host it in closed roads in big ranches. So tomorrow, if those ranches start being subdivided, then again, we lose resilience. But in terms of funding is a big factor. And we consistently have, attract funding both globally and locally. So we have big banks like KCB, the telco world, Safaricom, people like CFAO, SIFAO, EABL, Diageo, who support the rally and support many other sporting events like rugby and so on. But how do we diversify the product so that it continues to attract funding? Because the funders, and I like speed, not sympathy. I don't think anybody, the guys looking for IRR, return on the investment, are not interested in whether, they want a return on every shilling they put into sports. So television, so the HSBC this weekend was televised. The Magical Kenya Open is being televised live. The rally is televised live, and we are the most watched rally in the entire globe according to the WRC promoter data. So how to keep the event resilient in terms of finance, resilient in terms of infrastructure. Again, I put community in the middle of that because the community in Nakuru County, the community in Naivasha have got to be welcoming. We need to feel safe. So when I think about Mauritius, and if I'm walking in Mauritius at any time, I'm safe if I'm walking on the beaches. So they've built resilience there. And therefore they become attractive. Golf tourism there has gone through the reef. So when I walk on Moi South Lake in Naivasha, I'm like, okay, guys, you've got to, now I'm going to tell them they need to build resilience on Moi South Lake because that is a beautiful road, beautiful part of our country that could do much, much better in terms of attracting major sporting events and also just tourism. I could be completely off, but that was sort of my, my take of your question.
Thank you so much. And I know Aratna's...
Just a quick one to say,
quick one,
David, you're totally on the money, given this is a panel about finance and capital. You are 100% right. Resilience is not just building the ability to bounce back from crises and challenges. It is also building the foundational strength to capitalize on opportunities which come your way. So you've done a great crash course on all things tourism resilience. Well done.
Great. Thanks so much. And I know I started this session off by saying we will only take 2 hours, which I think my panel is taking seriously. We have been cut in time, and I want to be respectful of our following panel. Money topics are one of the most important ones, so I'm going to steal some time back, sorry. But please, in our second round of questions, try and keep it short and to the point, if you don't mind. I want to be respectful of the next panel as well. So, Honorable, back to you. How is the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife in Kenya ensuring that national resilience policies are reflected in the budget allocations for tourism development across all 47 counties?
Thank you very much for that, that question. First of all, currently the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife is reviewing the national tourism policy, which is actually meant to be able to capture very critical elements that include resilience and budgeting. We're also doing the national tourism strategy, which actually brings on board some of the gaps that have been identified, and which particularly also targets as you have indicated, the 47 county governments. As you are aware, tourism is both national and devolved, because we have a lot of, actually if you look at the tourist products that we are developing currently under the national mapping of tourism products that include sports tourism, agro-tourism, medical tourism, just to mention a few. A lot of these tourism products are actually county-based. They are actually based in the counties. And so all these policies that we are reviewing, the national tourism policy, the national tourism strategy, and they are all looking at Vision 2030 and the tourism blueprint that intends to onboard whatever was not onboarded. Now, we have done a lot of discussions with the county governments. We have had meetings with the CCs for tourism across the 47 counties, and we have come up with programs on how tourism activities can be budgeted. And of course, the county governments are including them in their CIDPs, or County Integrated Development Plans. And so as we go through the national budgeting process, right from the beginning that the National Assembly budgets and looks at it, so we are bringing on board what the national government is supposed to do and what the county government is supposed to do. And the Constitution of Kenya 2010 outlines the functions of both levels of government, what the national government is expected to do and what the county government are expected to do. And all these are being done. And of course, the budget levels are being provided at both levels of government. At the national level, of course, the budgets are provided through the ministries, state departments, and agencies. Tourism Fund CEO has given a very good example of what the Tourism Fund is doing in the Ministry of Tourism. You know, funding capacity building, funding marketing, funding research, and also funding youth development. Actually, currently we have started a youth innovation hub, which is actually meant to be able to capacity build the youth and be able to utilize their talent. So I would say that already the budgeting process looks at both levels of government, and this obviously will go a long way in ensuring that we maintain this resilience and we're able to move forward. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Then moving on to Tourism Fund, David, what new revenue streams of partnership is the fund exploring to ensure there is a resilience buffer? We know we need that backup available for local stakeholders during global travel disruptions.
Okay, being a revenue collection agency, we are actually limited. Our revenue sources are usually very limited because we have to collect what is within the law. Right now, we are having two revenue streams. One is on the tourism levy, where we charge 2% of gross revenues. Then, of course, we have got the additional stream, that is air passenger service charge. And again, as a board or as a tourism fund, we have been thinking of other strategic ways that we can be able to raise more revenue that are within the law. And in this case, we have been talking about resource mobilization. And when you're talking about resource mobilization, we are saying we try to look for potential partners, strategic partners that we can be able to work with in terms of tourism products development, among other areas. So of interest here as tourism fund, the only other sources that we can be able to, which we are thinking about, of course, we have been able to bring on board a fundraiser on the same to work with our strategic partners is on resource mobilization so that we can be able to have a very strong revenue base that is geared towards ensuring tourism resilience and sustainability. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Moving on to Aratna, how can we standardize the definition of resilience investment to prevent greenwashing? Something we hear a lot in ecotourism. What can we do to prevent something similar here?
Look, sustainability didn't become greenwashing overnight, right? I mean, and we didn't lose trust in sustainability because the idea was wrong. The idea is right, but we language, credit, risk, appetite, all of these things. That's number two. And finally, something we haven't spoken a lot about, equity. You will only have resilient investments if the money flows in the right order to people who need it the most. And that's, I'm talking about deployment in days. Unless we do these things, resilient investment is going to remain a nice fairy tale, soft lingo, but really not hard action on the ground, which is what we need. So And again, unless we do that, we're going to move into the territory of greenwashing, and that means the bill is going to be a lot more higher. We will probably have better hashtags this time, but the consequences are going to be far more worse. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And knowing you, you wore that red dress on purpose to override that red light there, isn't it? Ibrahim, over to you. What are the emerging trends in resilience investment that developers should be aware of?
Look, in our side, we advise clients to build, for example, climate resilient infrastructure, number one. And we work in a way together so that it is sustainable, and number two, so that it withstand extreme climate situation, because you build for longer term. And we also work to get green certification. I mean, what I mean by green certification, we work, for example, with the World Bank. We are affiliated, work closely with the World Bank, with the EDGE. I don't know how many of you have heard about EDGE Green Building. So we work very closely with them, and they have specific guidelines about the type of materials that you need to use, green materials, green construction, and that led for longer, sustainable to stand this extreme weather. And on the other side, that can qualify you also for green funding, or for green bonds, for example. So you can issue your own green bonds, so you can get funding from green bonds. On the other side, I would a little bit divert to your question very quickly. I think a tourism resilience fund is really important to put in place. What I mean by that, for example, for any business, you have an employment retirement fund, so that everyone contributes on a monthly basis. So imagine for businesses in the tourism sector. So if you have a monthly contribution, maybe based on the number of employees or on your turnover, how you're getting measured. So this could, every business in every country could contribute into that specific fund, so that when tomorrow morning there is any disruption that occurs, so you could get that fund that would help either the SMEs, the bigger corporation. Bigger corporation, for example, they can even create their own resilience fund inside their own company. I gave an example of the FFNE 3 to 5% that we built in our financial model. So I think each and every business should start now, as from now, to build that fund inside the business. I think that would be a way to counter any disruption or future shocks. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Then to Judith, what blended finance or de-risking instruments can KDC deploy to crowd in private capital for climate adaptive and sustainability driven tourism infrastructure?
Okay, thank you again for that question. So why would somebody in the first place need de-risking or blended finance? The whole idea is to be able to attract private investment. There's a level of risk that they can be able to take, and especially in starting in startups. So what KDC does is that, first of all, providing concessionary funding, and concessionary in many ways. One of the ways we provide the concessionary funding is that in terms of the rate or the interest rate that is charged, in terms of the durations that we are going to give, in terms of the grace periods that we factor in, that is long enough to enable the project to get started. But other than that, I mean, in terms of issues of de-risking, we may not be able to work on this alone. So we work with partners as well. And World Bank has been a very close partner of KDC, and also even the national government also does support us. As a matter of fact, the tourism fund that was given, the stimulus fund, after the post-COVID, the effect of COVID, to just bring up these businesses back up and running is actually being managed by KDC. It was channeled through KDC. So we work with partners and we work with the government also to try and be able to get funding or get instruments that will actually be able to support private investments. We also work with the guarantee funds like the African Guarantee Fund, to just help investors in terms of issues of collateral, to make it more attractive. KDC also, other than just giving loans, we also take equity. And equity is also to help the promoters to be able to put in something that then can be attractive even to private banks. We have a lot of commercial banks, other than KDC being the major development finance institution local in the country. The rest are mainly commercial banks. So how does then an investor who's just starting out become attractive? So one of the things we can also do is actually take up equity investment. We also do factor, like some of the funding that we get, we factor in grant or capacity building element that can, or technical assistance, whatever, I mean, depending on the kind of assistance that's being given. And this is also because, remember, one of the things we look at is also issues of governance. As a private investor who wants to come into a company, they want to know, they want to be sure that this company has some proper management structures and governance in that. So how do you help, especially our SMEs, to be able to get to that aspect? So those are some of the things also we look at to help de-risk, to make it attractive to private investors. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Then last but not least, our newest tourism resilience expert on our panel. Charles, what economic model ensures the WRC Safari Rally remains financially viable during global crisis?
So first of all, I feel like you set me up for this panel because I'm not a financial expert. You've got global guys, KDC, the PS. I'm just a farmer.
I know you're a fast learner.
I'm just a farmer who runs a rally. But I think what we try and do is diversification of where we get our funding from. So, and we are quite keen to rely less on public funding from the government and rely more on funding from the private sector. And it's also from a diverse section of the public sector, like I mentioned before. KCB Bank are our biggest private commercial funder. You know, they put in probably about $1.5 million in the rally. It's a very expensive venture. But I think just not to go too deep into how we are currently funding it, but to think in the future is to create a product in the rally that really has a good return on investment for those who invest in it. I think all sports products today have to be packaged in a way that they're investable. And we've seen people like PIF in Saudi, we've seen the Qataris, you know, set up funds to actually invest. I mean, they're investing in football, they're investing in Europe, you know, they PSG, you know, all these guys are owned by, you know, investment funds from Saudi Arabia and from Qatar. And I'm sure global money will put their money in funds that can actually come to Kenya and find investable products. So may that be Sevens Rugby, be it the Magical Kenya Open, be it the Safari Rally. So the onus is on us as organizers to actually create products with all those hallmarks. I think you were speaking about all the things that we've got to have in our pitch deck, all the popular terms that investors look out for. And then we build resilience into that and then be able to attract funding globally. So it's not so much what we're doing now. I think for me, the takeout from this panel and this conference is what do we need to do next?
Great, thank you so much. I was going to give you all a short parting shot, but if I do that, I'll be shot by the MC. So let me close this session out and thank you to all our panelists for the thoughtful and practical discussion and to all of you for your engagement. What is clear from today's conversation is that resilience in tourism is not just a policy idea. It is an investment priority that requires alignment between government, finance, and industry. The future of tourism will depend on how well we mobilize capital towards projects that are not only profitable, but adaptable, inclusive, and built to withstand uncertainty. The opportunity now is to move from dialogue to implementation, as Honorable has already mentioned earlier today, and turning shared ideas into real partnerships and action on the ground. Because ultimately, resilience is not built when the next crisis arrives. It is built by the investment decisions we make today. The future of tourism resilience will not be decided by the next crisis, but by the decisions we choose to invest in today. Thank you very much. Thank you to the panel. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for not shooting me.
Yeah, I tried not to. Thank you so much. If you don't mind, we could take a quick picture together. So come closer to each other. Photographer, if you don't mind, come with the biggest nice lens, wide lens for this. And thank you, moderator, as well, for making this work. That was very good. I like the mix. Well done. Even for the panelists who felt out of place, you look like money. It's fine. It's fine. And you spoke powerfully. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, are you enjoying this? DJ, I don't know what's happening. Thank you. There you go. Thank you so much. We appreciate you for that. Did you smile well? Just look at him. Don't look at anybody else. Anyone else is fake. Thank you. 3, 2, 1, go. A round of applause to them as they take their seats. Thank you so much once again for that session. If you don't mind, everybody, could you stand for a moment? Just stand for a moment. Stand for a moment. It's okay. It's all right. Just stand. Let the blood go where it's supposed to go. Just through some kicks here and there. Some kicks are important. Some kicks. You can push your hand a little bit. Don't knock your neighbor. It's all right. Stretch in your own way. Let the back know that you exist. Well done. There you go. There you go. Finally, you can take your seat. Thank you so much for that. Asante sana. DJ, I was hoping you would have given me something. I don't know what happened, but it's fine. It's fine. We can move on now. Ladies and gentlemen, the final panel. Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. A round of applause to Damian. Welcome, sir. And Damian will be joined by the If you could kindly come to the stage right away, Kutut. Thank you so much. Followed by David Dobson, the Chief Technical Director, Ministry of Tourism, Jamaica. Welcome, sir. To join me, the CECM, Inclusivity, Public Participation and Customer Service at the County Government of Nairobi. If you don't mind, please make it to the stage. Joining as well is Dr. Albert Karaoke, Director, Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Eastern Africa. Welcome to the stage. Dr. Kahithe Kiru, Production Manager, Bomas of Kenya. Come right here. And then finally we have Mulemwa Mogwa, Africa Director, Africa Coordinator, Meeting Professionals and International, MPI. Mulemwa, welcome as well. This is the final one. And I can assure you we'll be all out of here before 5 o'clock. Thank you so much and welcome. Moderator, if once you're ready, I'll pass the mic. Yes, excellent, excellent. All right, let me just organize this so that we can have this first. After the moderator, where is Esther? Esther? Yes, Esther's going to start. Yes, David? Yes, David should be next right here. Don't mind. Let David sit right there. Then Rosemary? That's you? Yeah, don't mind. It's part of exercising. It's good. It's good, actually. Then that kind of thing. So after Rosemary, we have Dr. Albert. Dr. Albert is not here. Oh, he's right here. Yes, Dr. Albert. Dr. Albert, is that you? Yes, there you go. Then Dr. Kahithe Kiru. That's you? Excellent, yes. I can see that. I can see Bomas. Excellent. And then we have Mulemwa. Right? Excellent. They're right in order. Moderator, we're good to go?
Yes, we're good.
Lovely, lovely. Thank you so much. Over to you. The timer is right here, straight on your face. I'll be putting it for you.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone. I know you're all tired. You've been here all day. Understandably, you're ready to go home. I am tired myself, so we'll try to keep this panel discussion as tight as possible. So, pleasant afternoon, patrons, ministers, government officials, distinguished guests, and members of the general audience, those who are in attendance on the conference floor, as well as those who are streaming live. I am honored to be the facilitator of this final conversation on day one of the 4th Global Tourism Resilience Day, Conference and Expo. Throughout the course of the day, we have been thrilled by a series of high-level discussions around the themes of tourism resilience and sustainability. And I'm confident that this final panel will close on a high note. So the title of this panel is Advancing Crisis Response and Workforce Capabilities. And this discussion centers on the human architecture of resilience. Specifically, we want to discuss how we train our people, how we coordinate during crisis, how we communicate under pressure, how we prepare personnel to respond effectively, and how we may safeguard destination reputation during and after crisis. So I want to just briefly introduce our panelists from left to right, seated from left to right, beginning with Miss Esther, let me just ensure that I pronounce the name correctly, Miss Esther Kotut, and she is the Director of Academic Affairs at the Utali College. Could you give her a round of applause for me? The second panelist is from Jamaica, and he's Mr. David Dobson, and he's a Chief Technical Director in the Ministry of Tourism. Our third panelist is Miss Rosemary Kariuki, and she is the CCM of Inclusivity, Public Participation and Customer Service, the County Government of Nairobi, for the County Government of Nairobi. The fourth panelist is Dr. Albert Kariuki. Kariuki is the Director of Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, Eastern Africa. Our fifth panelist is Dr. KICC, and she is the Production Manager of BOMAS of Kenya. And our final panelist is Miss Mulumwa Mwangwa. Did I get the name correct, the pronunciation correct? She's the Africa Coordinator for Meeting Professionals International. And unfortunately, the seventh scheduled panelist was not able to make it. So there will be only 6 panelists. So each panelist will be given 6 to 7 minutes to respond to 2 questions that have been designed to keep them on track. And the questions are linked, yes? So we will open the discussion by posing questions to our panelists to the furthest left, Ms. Esther Kotut. So the Utile College has been described as one of the leading centers in Kenya for training and developing professionals in the tourism industry. So I think it's fitting for us to ask this question or pose this question to you, Ms. Kotut. Sorry about that. Ms. Kotut. So your question is, how is Utali College updating its curriculum to prepare graduates for resilience first hospitality industry? That's the first, that's part 1 of your question. Part 2, what role does vocational training play in building the backbone of the tourism sector? So it's a 2-part question, and the floor is yours, Ms. Kotut.
Good evening. Kenya Utali College is a state corporation providing training for the personnel for the tourism industry in Kenya, in East Africa, and overseas. We are providing holistic training in 3 layers. We have the regular programs, which cover certificate and diploma programs. We have what is the industry capacity building, which is for refresher courses, and then we have the management programs. We also provide capacity building for the industry for organizations who wish to bring on board resilience by providing their members of staff with tailor-made courses. We cover for hospitality industry, we cover for the travel sector, we also cover for hospitality organizations like banks, hospitals, and other sectors in this destination. Our program, we are looking at an holistic way of providing resilience for personnel in the destination by offering training which is organizational based to provide resilience and personal based. Most of our curriculum in Kenya Utalii College looks at 3 principles which are important to sustainable tourism development. We are looking at how we can look after people in a destination. We are looking at the protection of the planet in a particular destination as well. We are looking at also how destinations can make money. So most of our programs we are put in such a way that the people are going to be able to learn from the 3 principles of sustainability. Some of the programs we have put on board, which is supposed to be provided for our students to be more resilient, is to look at how businesses can be able to be resilient in terms of, like for instance, during the time of COVID, many establishments had closed. So we look at how we can bring on board in our curriculum subjects like entrepreneurship, working to make sure that you audit yourself and learn about your business. And so we teach about finance. We do also about computer use, digitalization of your business so that you can be able to work remotely. Most of the times, especially during the pandemic, we had to teach online because face-to-face training was not possible. So we have been looking at ways how Kenya Utalii College can bring on board resilience by looking at how organizations can plan better. We plan better using our programs in the sense that money is not always everlasting, it's not always available. So we look at how we can use the little funding which we get from the government to provide training for our personnel. And then we look at also how we can get more money by being able to help the industry to provide training for their staff. We do tailor-made programs where we earn some more money. In the event of a situation where we are providing refresher courses for the industry, like for instance, during the refresher courses, we look at how organizations, having gone through a tough situation like COVID, how can they bring service excellence back to their organizations by bringing on board programs like, for instance, we have life skills. We look at customer service. We look at customer relationship management. We look at life skills. We want to bring an holistic understanding on a person who has gone through a tough time. We want to see mental wellness. We want also to see in a situation where we are providing practical areas. Most of our programs are 70-30%. So 30% theory, 70% practicals. The most, in tourism, we have 40% theory and 60% practicals. The reason why we need to put in the situation like to bring resilience to our company is to help them to be able to understand that there's always the turn down in business and there's always the upscale in business. So for people to be able to understand their businesses better, they have to have a robust curriculum. They have also to have a curriculum which is holistic, and the curriculums also should be able to not only provide people with skills to do the business, but they provide them the skills to be able to survive a situation where there's a pandemic. So we look at wellness, we look at profit making, and we look at protection through the protection of the environment.
Thank you, Ms. Kotut. It is obvious that the Utility College has adopted a holistic view of resilience and has incorporated resilience building into its programs to ensure that its students meet the demand for a resilient tourism industry. So thank you, Ms. Kotut. Our next questions will be posed to Mr. David Dobson. And Mr. Dobson, we were having a conversation just now in which we both agreed that the concept of resilience emphasizes the response dimension of what the tourism industry does. We note importantly that destinations tend to be taken off guard when a disaster occurs. Yes, and therefore we recognize that there's a gap oftentimes in the response side of the tourism industry. and that gap needs to be addressed. Given the importance of tourism to the Jamaican economy, and Jamaica punches way above its weight in terms of global tourism arrivals and earnings and so forth, we want to ask you, Mr. Dobson, how has Jamaica integrated technical workforce training into its national crisis response strategy? That's part one. And part two, what key technical skills do modern tourism professionals need to manage global shocks?
Thank you very much. Those are very big questions indeed, and perhaps would require much more time than we have allotted to provide adequate responses. But let me very quickly try to, and I will speak first to two broad approaches that we use. The first one is that everyone who enters the tourism sector in Jamaica everyone is subject to Team Jamaica training. Of course, that's a training that happens right across the sector, from ministry personnel to private sector personnel to ground transportation, and it provides a general awareness. And as things happen from time to time, the new issues are incorporated in that training. So that's one of the general approaches. Another general approach is that we do have a tourism linkages network, and the network has a number of networks, I would say. Gastronomy, health and wellness, sports and entertainment, and knowledge is one of those networks. And through that knowledge network, a number of training programs, mainly through seminars, webinars, just to capture broad bases, are done, and very often they are in cooperation with the Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center. So those are broad approaches. But to be more specific, one approach really targets the hotel management, and just to assist them in a number of areas, including hazard and vulnerability assessments, disaster risk mitigation and risk management, assisting them, for example, with templates to prepare their own disaster plans, as well as business continuity plans. These are done from time to time, and they're normally done through what we have as a Tourism Emergency Management Committee that exists within the Ministry of Tourism, and it incorporates a number of stakeholders, including disaster management, including the National Environmental Planning, the Met Office. All those agencies are included in the matter of training. Now, our interventions are usually targeted based on the unique features of our destination areas. And I say destination areas, some may be accustomed to the term resort areas, but we refer to them as destination areas, and each has its unique profile. So our interventions are really based on the profiles, because we talk about location, for example, in Jamaica, the majority of our hotels are located on the coast. And so you will understand what that means. And you do have some sizes, another issue. Some are small, and one of the issues with the smaller ones is that they are under-resourced. And the larger ones, are quite complex in their operations. So, of course, that is one. And the third approach is involving training and certification programs. Now, one of the most impactful initiatives that our minister has implemented is the creation of the Jamaica Center of Tourism Innovation, JCTI. This is really part and parcel of the Tourism Enhancement Funds, and it does a number of programs for tourism and hospitality workers. It collaborates with partners like the American Hotel and Lodging Educational Institute, the American Culinary Federation, the Heart Trust NTA, and they really provide various training, and they are international certification programs. And these may range from a number of things. It includes all sorts of culinary and foods and hospitality management and all of that. But it includes a number of resilience factors. Not to mention, there's one particular one, I'm looking for it, that they actually do training in digital marketing and digital management so that persons are aware and can navigate the space. So, you know, these critical elements are always considered, and as things go by, we ensure that we incorporate the new and emerging factors. Now, the other question was in relation to the technical competencies or skills that are required in every modern tourism professional. Now, that is a very big question because the factors, the skills and competencies are very, very wide-ranging, but I'll focus on three broad areas. Digital is one, financial is another, and crisis management is the third. So digital competencies we do know is very, very important because that's where the tools and the IT literacy and all that is important, is necessary to navigate booking platforms and you know, social media to support data-driven decision-making, as well as digital marketing. Now, that's very important for tourism, and it speaks to proficiency in digital content creation, how to navigate your search engines and how to optimize them as well, and the online reputation management so that you can pivot your marketing strategies during disruptions. And for data analysis and the financial part, it is really just to be able to do proper analysis, to analyze your reports and to provide adequate feedback, how to budget, how to allocate your cost, all that is important. And then the whole matter of crisis management, which included developing safety protocols, understanding regulations, and implementing emergency as well as crisis communication. We do know that any simple thing, if it's even something that affects the airline, if it's a bad, a negative travel advisory, anything can impact travel. And once travel is impacted, it really means that finance is going to be impacted. And so we always have to be on the go, and we have to be updating this skills bank from time to time. And I just want to say the last thing, that the Jamaica Center for Tourism Innovation, when that was created, it was one of the main drivers that took us through rebounding from COVID-19, because that's what really did that full replenishing and upskilling of the tourism workforce. So we continue on that trajectory, and we look forward to building better and stronger as we go along. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dobson. So what we've essentially heard is that Jamaica has built out a range of institutions and networks and agencies that are committed to the constant upskilling, the training, and the providing certification in areas that are critical to building tourism resilience. And these underscore the tenets of tourism resilience, which requires an agile, adaptive, and proactive approach. And Jamaica is leading the way in terms of, you know, underscoring in its tourism of architecture the tenets of tourism resilience. So thank you, Mr. Dobson. We'll proceed to our third panelist, Ms. Rosemary Karaoke. And the question for you, Ms. Karaoke, how does Nairobi County ensure that urban tourism staff are trained in rapid response and safety? That's the first part. The second part, what communication strategies do you think are most effective for maintaining visitor confidence in an urban environment?
Thank you for your question. My name is Rosemary Karaoke. I am the CEC for Inclusivity, Public Participation, and Customer Service. And it's within that sector that we have the arts, culture, and tourism, gender, and people living with disabilities. I think to begin with, the way the county has handled the rapid response is through training. We've institutionalized and have practical training framework where the county integrates safety, emergency response, and customer service into staff induction. And there's a continuous professional development for tourism officers, our city guides, and most of our cultural managers in the sub-counties, the training is basically on situational awareness, crowd management, and basic first aid. I think it's important to say that urban tourism in Nairobi is the safety of our visitors is more about our preparedness. So as in a way of getting prepared, we look at holistically how we can work with all the sectors. Within Nairobi City County Government, we have a sector that deals with disaster management. We have a sector that deals with public health. And we have cross-cutting sectors, so we work together to ensure that we are addressing either the crisis emergencies or the disasters that have happened within the city. Our tourism is not, our training, we now want to extend it to a different level. When the governor came into his office, he waived a certain law that did not allow you to take street photograph, take videos or street photographs. So when we waived it, we've now realized that there's now a new culture, and we now need to train those who are in that sector where they take street pictures. We also have to train cultural performers. And most of this work we do together with partners. We work very closely with the national government. Like, for instance, when we had last year in December, we had a chance to show our event preparedness for a big function where we celebrated the December 12th celebrations, and the theme was tourism. And we partnered together with the national government, and what we do is have that preparedness. For instance, are the roads clear? Do we have the ambulance? Do we have the fire ambulance? That is one of the things that we do for our preparedness. About communication, a lot of people may not be aware that we have a very vibrant portal, which is nairobi.go.ke. A lot of information about how to get in touch with our officers regarding either a fire or any other disaster. It's on our website, and through that website, you'll be able to get access even for any other kind of emergency. And we really would like to drive traffic in that area so that more and more people can be more interactive in our website, and we can get feedback on where we are going wrong and how we can improve on our services. When it comes to our, what we call security and compliance, we are trying as much as possible to train our officers in how they can be customer service ambassadors, because mostly the training they get is how to protect, but they have not gotten enough training on how to handle a customer, how to talk to them in a polite manner. So that's one of the things that we are doing, and it's a continuous process. And yes, I can say we haven't reached there, but we are on the way.
Thank you, Ms. Kariuki. So in your presentation or in your response, you underscored several tenets of tourism resilience. And the ones I got from your response included effective communication, need assessment and timely interventions, and collaborations and partnerships are crucial to building tourism resilience. Thank you, Ms. Kariuki. We'll proceed to our fourth panelist, and is Dr. Albert Kariuki, and he is the director for the Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center, based here in Kenya, and it serves 14 destinations spread across Eastern Africa. So I think he's well positioned to respond to the following questions. So Dr. Kariuki, your questions are as follows. What specific crisis management training gaps have been identified in Eastern Africa? And secondly, how can the center support local governments in developing rapid response units?
Thank you, Damon, for the questions, the good questions. Like it was said, I'm Dr. Albert Kariuki, the Global Resilience Tourism at Kenyatta University. We are stall number 1, seated light there. Kindly, if you have the time, do visit us. On the first questions, the strategies that have been put in place. What has happened is the tourism education has evolved and the tourism information have evolved over years. If you look back to the traditional, the 80s, the 90s, when the need was there to introduce a lot of innovations, people came in and they were to introduce in management and a bit of entrepreneurship. For those of us who have been training long in the tourism, we later we got more interested in sustainability, and a lot of items were introduced in sustainability, ecotourism, pro-poorness, and all those are the core things that are there. What we are moving to now is a generation that is of tourism resilience. We are trying to explore how do we integrate resilience to these curriculums. Traditional curriculum development is kind of a process that is cast in stone, and we are moving more into more flexible curriculum, where we can be able to incorporate some of these new ideas, the new emerging areas. And this is the way we are, at the center, we are trying to move away from the traditional approach where university gets a program which they manage. We are trying to look at how can we even be able to manage joint university program. Currently we have come up, the center has come up with a wonderful joint masters in tourism transformation for regenerative futures matters. It's a joint idea in which we are asking ourselves, because each region, Jamaica experiences its own challenges, Kenya experiences its own, Jordan does its own stuff. What we are trying to say is, can we be able to get ideas? Can our students go through other projects? Can my students be able to go to another university, come through KU, go to another? In this unique program that we are trying to learn at KU and trying to figure it out, we are saying our students can be able to study in Finland with the University of Oulu. Our students can learn in university in Spain, in the University of Girona. Our students can learn in Kenyatta University and in Kenya, and they can also finish in the University of Mauritius. What are you trying to come up there? We are trying to be innovative. We are trying to say such learning will bring in more information, a more innovative, a great thinker, a better decision maker. With that approach, that's how we can be able now to integrate resilience. We are saying resilience like what was observed. We are trying to come up with policies, and this was discussed by the Honorable PS, that we are trying to come to finish our strategic plans, a policy for 2025-2032. One of the areas that maybe we should also explore is how resilience should be integrated, not only in those policies, but as part of training. We move away, the destinations like Kenya has been known for years as tourism. Then we came to be known for sustainable tourism. Now we are saying, can destinations be known for being resilient? Can resilience be integrated in those curriculums? And as curriculum developers in the universities, we are struggling to fix that. We have masters in climate change. We are coming out with a unique program that are trying to address these unique areas which are emerging within the industry. How are you, in the next question, working with the counties? Since 2010, the devolution, the counties, the CECs, we are working with the Council of Governors. The biggest challenge, like we always say, has always been the bottom up. Most governance in most developed world has always been top down. The popular one in this country, aptly named Selikari's idea. We look at the government to provide for all of our answers. We want bottom up. We want to figure things. We want communities to come out with decisions. We want devolved governments to be down there. How can we be able to do this? We need to reach communities. They have their own challenges. And the most important thing that we can be able to address those challenges. Can we be able to address the issues of literacy, education, training tailored to their needs? And there are all those things that are coming there. Should these communities be taken through the formal education training? No, they may not be. No wonder the government is coming of prior recognized learning, where individuals with skills, individuals who have established aptitude to some things, they are certificated and they can be able to be engaged in those tourism destinations, tourist facilities, as professionals, as cooks, as guides in whatever they do. They don't have to pass through the formal education. For us as a challenge, for us as a center, we are trying to figure this out. And I think for East Africans and destinations, we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kariuki. So all of what Dr. Kariuki just said underscores why the global tourism resilience and crisis management center continues to be the leading think tank for policy, research and development and capacity building in the tourism industry to enhance tourism resilience. So we'll proceed to our fifth panelist. And our fifth panelist is Ms. Mulumwa Mwangwa. And your questions are as follows. In the evolving meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions landscape, what workforce capabilities and future skills are now mandatory to ensure event continuity and resilience? And part two, how can the meetings industry help set a global communication standard for crisis management?
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you very much for those questions. In my line of work, I always have to reintroduce what we do for a living because most people don't know that there is actually a subsector called the meetings industry. So we are part of the business tourism subsector, a sector that is focused on the movement of people. So when COVID struck, I think was not the first time that we've experienced a crisis, but it was the first time that we were able to have a conversation that was bringing the meetings industry front and center, because this was an industry that for too long had gone unnoticed, an industry whose economic value on our communities, on our people, on our businesses, and even on our economies was unknown. So we are traditional hosts. Something such as the conference we're sitting in today is part of what we do for a living. There's professionals, there's different people that are making the back office, the back end, and those are the types of people that we represent. When the gatherings were canceled, it is reported to have been over 10 million jobs across Africa that were affected during the pandemic in hospitality and tourism. What we didn't say too much of is how many of those were actually in the ecosystem that is the meetings industry. Most of us were quick to recover the domestic numbers. We were leaving our homes to go into the hotels. What we were not doing was gathering. What became the crisis was to communicate that meetings were not social gatherings. What they were business events. So we needed to have a strategy for recovery, but a strategy that was going to reposition. So when you're asking what skills, I think the skills that proved to be invaluable for meetings professionals became the ability to learn. The speed at which you were going to learn became the differentiator. That is where you drew your competitive advantage. So as a meetings professional, that becomes part of what defines what we do. When it comes to having a crisis communication strategy, I have personally in my career experienced about 2 or 3 major crisis incidences. The first being I was running a major event and we lost our president. And at the time, we had people that had traveled. There was a lot that was going on at the time because the president was in office at the time. So having a team that was focused, because there was a ripple effect. to that. And you needed to have a team that was going to be able to face that, to be able to put out information to the right people, the right information. The second time, I think 2 years ago, we suffered the worst energy crisis in my country, and at the same time, we were facing a drought. So what we went was from having power 24/7 to having power to 2 hours or even less in a day. And this is a destination that is very busy with events, with people booking, with the destination being known. So we now needed to determine, because this is where we became resilient. This was where the evidence of resilience came up. Because even at the worst time, the hospitality and tourism did not stop. There was no stoppage. We did not down. We barely felt it from the hotel side. The costs, the overhead, obviously, the monthly costs were shot through the roof. But from a client management point of view, we were able to find solutions. And now hospitality is actually leading in the country in having gone off the grid and still maintaining the service level that is expected by clients. So having experienced such type of situations is how do you put out information? If you remember this morning, the CS did indicate to say sometimes information will go out from one person and what sounds like communication to one is an emergency message to another person. It is how you package your information that actually becomes the differentiator. So as individuals, as professionals that are working in this industry, we are called to do a bit more. From an Africa point of view, we've got situations where sometimes in a country, in a very remote location or in a very high densely populated area, we are faced with, say, a disease, an outbreak of sorts. And because what goes on international media is that country X has got a cholera or, you know, a particular contagious disease. It may be contained in a certain area, but the way the information is broadcast puts the fear of God in travelers. So what we need to realize is that we work in a court of public opinion, and evidence doesn't wait for anybody on social media, because decisions are made immediately. Perceptions are born in a moment. So we need to just be able to build a crisis communication plan which is birthed from the unexpected. So what is the worst possible thing that we don't expect to happen? When we plan for that, then we've got a solid plan for the future. It is planning for what we expect that puts us at a disadvantage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mwangwa. So the meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibitions subsector of the tourism industry plays a very vital role in terms of bringing stakeholders together to engage in solution-oriented discussions and exchange of ideas. And therefore, the role of this sector is critical in terms of building tourism resilience. So we'll now transition to our final panelist. And I want to start off by saying that when we think of threats to the tourism product, we normally think of threats to physical assets such as properties and infrastructure and so forth. But arguably, the most at-risk element of tourism is the intangible assets, the cultural assets. And we have here with us Ms. Dr. KICC, who is a production manager of Bomas of Kenya. And in line with the context just provided, your questions are as follows. What crisis challenges are unique to traditional cultural venues compared to modern hotels? And secondly, what are some strategies or resilient mechanisms that can be implemented to address the challenges identified?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have the misfortune of being the last speaker. I hope you are still awake and still with us. So it was mentioned, I'm Dr. Kahide Kiru. I work as the production manager at Bomas of Kenya, which is Bomas of Kenya is a state corporation in the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife that focuses on cultural tourism and also MICE business tourism. So I'll talk a bit more about culture today in the context of resilience. And I think the first important statement would be is that when you think of the creative, right? You think of the creative and cultural sector, you understand that agility and resilience is actually ingrained in the word creativity. That is what being creative is all about. So I think we should start thinking of culture not as an add-on, as a sort of a plus one to tourism. We should actually think of it as a national identity asset and a very strategic pillar to tourism, especially when it comes to building resilience for the tourism sector. The question on challenges, I think one of the challenges that we experience in the cultural tourism sector definitely is revenue vulnerability. So traditional organizations or institutions that work in the sector have always relied on physical attendance. They've relied on revenue streams such as ticketing, hire of venues, live events, and performances. And therefore, of course, in instances when you have maybe travel restrictions or some political instability or even a pandemic, such as we faced during COVID, the absence or the restrictions on the physical actually directly impact the revenue streams. So there is definitely revenue vulnerability. The other challenge that I'd like to mention is, and this is related actually, is that as of now, at least in Kenya, we are still seeing an insufficient investment in digital infrastructure. So for us to bridge that gap from moving from the physical space and dependence on the physical to digital, we need to invest more in digital infrastructure. And I'm talking about digital archives, I'm talking about online streaming platforms, I'm talking about virtual tours, everything that extends over and above the physical space. Another challenge which is very unique to the sector is that the kind of informal nature of the sector by which most producers or most practitioners in the sector actually work on a gig basis, right? So they are informally employed, therefore their income is unstable, and in any situation of crisis, those are the areas that get hit most. So people lack a social protection network that could protect them. Thank you. That could protect them in times of crisis. Of course, we also lack sufficient data for the sector. So I think one of the reasons maybe we don't pay sufficient attention, we don't put in sufficient effort in building the creative and cultural sector in Kenya is because we do not have sufficient data on the sector. So data is not just on the number of practitioners or on the number of, registered traditional groups in counties. It is also about the economic impact of the sector. So when you start realizing how significant and how impactful the economic aspect, the socioeconomic aspect of the talent sector, of the creative sector is, I think that's when you're going to start investing more in growing it. So those are just some of the challenges. Of course, there are others. Let's be a bit positive and focus on potential solutions. So the second question was strategies and mechanisms for building resilience in the sector. So I would say for any sector, and specifically for ours, the first thing is preparedness, right? So you need to map out your risks. You need to monitor your risk regularly to be prepared for any crisis or any difficulty. Second would be protection. So building those social protector networks for the practitioners and for the institutions, for the artists. So whether we're talking about private or public institutions, we should really definitely build protection mechanism. And then last but not least, we should also think about how do you pivot? How do you leverage on a crisis or in a situation of difficulty to reposition yourself, to change the way you do things? So using a crisis in a way to rebrand yourself. So more particularly bringing it home to Bomas, what we are looking at is we are looking at investing in the digital cultural infrastructure and moving the cultural center at Bomas from just a venue, like an infrastructure space, to a hybrid ecosystem, right? That extends beyond the physical. And this is very much aligned to the digital transformation agenda of the government. We are also looking at diversifying our revenue streams. So the moment you extend beyond the physical, you also access different revenue streams. Anything from, online viewing platforms, you can go into leveraging more on IP and how you can protect some of the cultural components and elements. And other ways of generating revenue. Partnerships, I think several panelists here have mentioned today. You cannot operate in an isolated bubble. So, of course, for all this to make sense, we need to network and collaborate with other organizations. So there is work that we are doing with, for example, the national museums, by which we're exchanging expertise and human capacity. Then there is partnerships we are doing with organizations such as KTB, where we are focusing on marketing the cultural tourism product. So all those are significant synergies that are helping us build resilience. Last but not least, I believe we need to also invest, to build resilience, we're also investing in knowledge production. So as I mentioned, data, right? Investing in research, investing in information, so that even when we are developing products, these are data-driven products, right? They're products that are informed by what the market wants, what are the trends internationally out there when it comes to the cultural and creative sector, yeah? Because we are now trying to speak to not just the local domestic tourists, we are trying to speak to a global audience across platforms that do not know borders. So we need to really be conscious of the trends, and we need to be always investing in research and collecting more and more data on how we can improve our experiences. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Kiru. So we have slightly gone beyond our allotted time, but you've underscored a very important point, that just like every other segment and subsector of the tourism industry, the cultural tourism also needs to adapt in order to remain viable and competitive. And Bomas is committed to the adaptation and the diversification of the cultural tourism product of Kenya. So on that note, we have come to the end of the panel discussion. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank all the panelists for their engagement and participation. The insights shared and the accumulated wisdom garnered will certainly help to generate stronger local, regional, and global forces for building tourism resilience. So on that note, I close, and I look forward to seeing you here tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Let's appreciate them for giving a round of applause. Please stand for a quick photo together. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much. And as we are taking our photos, tourism secretary in the house. We have 1 minute work to let us go. And then I'll take some announcement and then we get our photo. 3, 2, 1, go.
Mr. MC, for this great day. Mine is to stand here first to thank all of us for being here. This is really, really important, for this very, very important meeting talking resilience and turning up in very good numbers and really, really engaging in the sessions today. I would want to thank all the panelists I'm in no doubt that the team that picked the panelists just got the right persons for the right topics. Let's have another round of applause for all the panelists who have been on stage. A round of applause for us for being here the entire day. And finally, so there's somebody who really gets recognized. A good round of applause for our great MC. Asante sana MC. I know MC will have some announcements, but tomorrow, the session tomorrow are even more loaded, more impactful, very new topics that we have not had a chance to discuss in any kind, such a kind of forum of the tourism sector. So we really look forward to seeing you again in the large numbers you turned up today. We'll not keep you there very up to late tomorrow. Tomorrow it ends by lunchtime, I believe. Yes, so tomorrow the whole program ends by lunchtime before the gala dinner in the evening at the Safari Park Hotel. So let's be here early, and that's why we purpose not to keep you for so long. Let's be here very early. 8:30 should do, so that by 9 we get to kick off, and keep the spirit. This is really great for our tourism sector, and it goes on record that Kenya hosted this particular event that has only been hosted in Jamaica before. This takes us miles ahead in terms of stamping our authority in the region and globally as leaders in sustainability, resilience, and all positive practices in this sector. So have a nice evening. We really look forward to seeing you tomorrow. We'll have, again, very senior personnel from the government to kick us off tomorrow for the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to our Tourism Secretary, Bwana Gitunga. Thank you so much. My three announcements that we are saying. Number one, tomorrow, especially to our exhibitors that have shown, our exhibitors tomorrow, set by 8 to 9 for the time of tourism because I think the official program. So tomorrow or next week for that. The beauty It's a wrap for day one.